following is a presentation of Main Street Media, your source for news, sports, and information on Main Street in Middle Tennessee.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find the right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com. And the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail. And by Wilson Bank and Trust. Visit wilsonbankandtrust.com for more details. Wilson Bank and Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome into what is our final show of the 2021 high school football season. George Plaster, JP Plant with you as we get one step closer to all of the championship finals in Chattanooga. Man, it seems like yesterday, JP, we just started this deal, and here we are.
Yeah, it rolls by in a hurry, George, and Thanksgiving yesterday. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Got plenty of turkey and the like. And it's time for some good football, and we got a lot to get to. Only 12 games on the docket, George, but we are going to be covering it all, and we've still got some reporters out there, so it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
It will be the coldest night of the high school football season, with the temperatures expected to get into the upper 20s before the night is over. Let's say hello right off the bat to Zach Womble, who is covering the Summit at Hendersonville game tonight. Zach, how are you?
George, I'm doing good. How are you and JP doing tonight?
Doing good. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
I did have a great Thanksgiving. I got to eat twice, as we went to my parents and then my wife's parents' house. So yesterday I was very full and took multiple naps. So it was a great Thanksgiving.
So what you were was a double dipping mooch.
That's exactly right. I took advantage of my opportunities, George.
Well, and that should put you in good stead in the radio business, because that's what it's all about.
And that's what Hendersonville needs to do tonight, George, is take advantage of their opportunities, because this Summit team is very, very talented. I mean, 13-0, defending Class 5A champion for a reason, led, of course, by the Wade twins and Destiny Keaton Wade. Of course, Brady Pierce is a really good receiver, too, who's going to be playing some college football. So, like I said, Hendersonville, if they want to walk away victorious tonight, they've got to be opportunistic.
Zach, how do they slow down Summit? Because on paper, you don't see the answer to that question.
Well, the thing about on paper, George, is they play the football game on grass, so paper really doesn't matter a whole lot. But to answer your question, I don't know if they can. I mean, when you've got a quarterback that's generational like that, like one of the Wade brothers who's going to Kentucky for a reason in Destin, he can really drop back and deliver that football on a dime. He can get out and run. They've got a big offensive line. Whenever they need tough yards, they can hand the ball to Keaton, number 7, who can get in the middle and get you some big yards. And so no one's been able to stop this Summit offense so far this season. I don't have the exact number of how much they're averaging per game, but I know it's got to be in the mid to upper 30s, if not 40s. This is just a dynamic offense, a dynamic team, and seems like they're just on a crash course to meeting the Oakland Patriots next week, assuming, of course, Oakland gets past Maryville. And our old buddy Jeff in the Borough liked to point out yesterday that Oakland's never won at Maryville, so it's not like that's going to be a given for the Patriots tonight.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. Zach, has Summit really been, I guess, battle-tested to the point of having a close fourth-quarter game?
Yeah, I mean, they're I say they're closest, but, looking at their schedule, they've given up a lot of goose eggs, a lot of threes, a lot of sevens. Only 3 times this year have they given up 28 points. Both 2 times were to Ravenwood, including last week, and then the other time was against Independence, immediately following their first game with Ravenwood. So to say that they're tested, I'd say they're so good they haven't been. No one's been able to test them. No one's been able to get close except for Ravenwood and Independence. And Ravenwood's got Chris Parson, a quarterback that's going to Florida State, so he's obviously D1 talent that can make plays all up and down the field. They've got a cornerback in Miles Pollard who's going to the University of Michigan, so they've got playmakers as well. But outside of that, no one's really tested them. So have they been tested? Probably not, but that's only because they're that good.
Yeah. Don't you think, though, that becomes something that Hendersonville's coaching staff has drummed in? Stay close, have a chance late, because if you do, they're in new territory that they've never faced.
Yeah, listen, I mean, if you're Hendersonville, you definitely want to get this game to the fourth quarter and want to be in striking distance. I mean, that's all you can ask for at this point if you're the Commandos. And, yeah, I mean, they have been drilling into their minds of, I'm sure it's been a little bit of an angle that, hey, no one believes that you can win this football game. The only people that believe you can win this game is inside of this locker room. So I'm sure the talks have been something to the marks of that. But it's just going to be a tall test, George. I mean, this is a good Summit team, and they meet all the markings of championship caliber. They won a championship last year. Their coaching staff have coached in big games, and these kids go way, way back, all the way to elementary school, if not before. And so they've got a level of continuity that's really unmatched by a lot of teams. Now, that said, George, Hendersonville does match that, because in the same way that you have the junior Spartans, you've got the junior Commandos. And this senior class has been playing together since 4th, 5th, 6th grade. So they're not quick to give it up, right? I mean, regardless of what happens tonight, this is the last game going to be played on this football field tonight, George. So I know for sure Hendersonville's going to come out and give it everything that they got.
Zach, talk to me about this. For those who are new to our area, and obviously we got a lot of folks coming in from that are not from here. What is the system? How is it set up where Hendersonville is the home team, even though Summit's the one that has achieved at a far greater level?
It's quite simple, George. It's just this year's region. The region's here to host. So, in theory, Hendersonville would have traveled for the quarterfinal game had Cane Ridge gotten through. And then this year, it's their year to host the semifinal game. So you're never supposed to play 4 games at home, right? And so they just happened to get lucky that Cane Ridge did not make it out of the first round, so they were able to play Beach, who, of course, Hendersonville was the higher seed and was able to host that game. And then the only reason they're hosting this game is just because of the luck of the draw. It's their year to host. So if this game were happening next year and it's the exact same scenario, Hendersonville would be going to Summit because it would be their year to host.
Okay, your gut feeling, does Hendersonville keep this close to the end?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a 2-score game going into the fourth quarter, and I just think Summit is able to pull away. I just think they've got too many playmakers. Their line is too big, both offensively and defensively. Hendersonville has been able to get away with dominating the likes of McGavick and Beach and Gallup. And while they are certainly a decently good offensive defensive lines, they're not Summit. And when you got a quarterback in Destin Wade that's 6'5", 245 of solid mass, they can drop a quarterback, or a football in a bucket and do everything that is asked of a FBS level quarterback. It's just going to be too much for them, I think.
Zach, I won't ask you how do you really feel, because you told me how you really feel.
Hey, listen, I'm just putting it out there, but I'll tell you this. I met with the Hendersonville senior class on Monday, and I picked them in my preseason magazine to go 5-5, and they politely reminded me that they were just supposed to be a 5-5 football team. So they are playing with a little chip on their shoulder here tonight, George. And listen, I'm hoping for a really good football game. Ultimately, I do think Summit will pull through, but if Hendersonville can just stay ahead of the sticks, tackling open space, they'll give themselves a chance to win in the second half, and that's all you can ask for.
Hey, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Stay warm.
All right, George, you do the same.
Oh, I can promise you I will. Zach Womble reporting live from Hendersonville High School, where Summit takes on the Commandos. JP, he put it out there. He's kind of like me. He does not think Hendersonville hangs to the end.
Yeah, and he's not alone there. Summit has proven what they can do. Certainly with the Wade twins, and then you had Brady Pierce, Coach Brian Coleman for the Spartans, tabbed him as part of the triplets. He lumped them in because they've been playing football together since they were playing tyke football, peewee football. So they've got a lot of experience together. Meanwhile, we do have an update. Of course, Oakland at Maryville, obviously Eastern time zone, George. So that means they get a head start on those of us here in the Central time. Right now in the second quarter, I believe it's in the second quarter, Oakland has taken a 14-7 lead over Maryville. Maryville got on the board first, 7-0, but Oakland now leads 14-7 in that game. So a quick look at the Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard there. In the meantime, want to as I try to get Tyler Palmatier, who's at the East Nashville game tonight, to get him on there. We will be getting some reporters elsewhere tonight, George. We've got reporters. We've got, of course, Mo Patton is also at that Summit Hendersonville game. Russell Venozzi is at Henry County Page as well. We'll hopefully hear from him coming up in just a little bit. So I believe I've got Tyler on the line. So welcome him in, George.
Tyler, happy Thanksgiving. How you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. I'm doing great. I hope you guys had a great day yesterday. We're able to kind of take a load off.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I ate like a pig, which is why I now look like a pig.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm kind of feeling you on that.
Oh, absolutely. And I wasn't afraid to go back. Let's put it that way.
Hey, you got to pull all the stops out.
Tell me a little bit about East Nashville, because this is not Maryville, Alcoa. This is not Murfreesboro, Oakland. They're sort of new to this party. Talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, they're. This is uncharted territory for them. Having deep playoff runs. I know there was a little bit of kind of choreography they had to do to get their fans to realize, that I think it was the second round game, or maybe it was the first round. I can't remember. They've had to kind of organize their own tailgates to kind of let fans know, like, hey, we're in a deep part of the season here. I think they kind of understand that they're not supposed to be around, but they're definitely a good football team. And probably just the coolest thing about it is this is a program that's going somewhere it's never been. It's never been to a state semifinal. It's never been to a state final. And those are always just, there'll be a kind of a time and place to go back and remember that, but we can sure talk about it. These are special years for programs like that. When you're just doing something that nobody's done before, so they have a chance to do something special.
Are they treating this as almost like a swing on the house?
Well, I can sure say that. I bet they probably aren't. They probably know enough about their team that, coaches, if they look around at film and they realize, hey, we've got a state title contender, I'm sure they wouldn't look at a loss tonight as anything. No moral victories at this point. I think they've got a good enough football team, certainly, to get to the state championship. And the way they've rolled through the playoffs, I'm not sure why they can't just go win a state title at this point. So, that's a really long-winded way of answering your question. I think they may feel that way. When your kids don't have any expectations, sometimes expectations can weigh sort of heavily on you. They can kind of history and tradition can kind of be counterproductive when you've got a big fan base expecting a win and, getting to wherever the state championships are, the expectation that sometimes can go the wrong way on you. So, if that's the way I'm looking at it, though, watching them from the outside in, I feel like, hey, you're East Nashville, what do you have to lose? Nobody expects you to get this far. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't play loose. They're playing on their own field, which it's rained before every Friday that they've had a home, and they've played at home through the playoffs. And this is not a turf field. This is not Ensworth Field, which is very firm grass. So Dyersburg, which plays on turf, is going to have to come in here and they're going to have to deal with it. It's not a perfect field. There's little muddy spots. East Nashville knows the field like the back of its hand. So this should be kind of interesting, too.
Tyler, I hear the music in the background, so we're going to let you go. Stay warm, and we'll check back in with you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Tyler Palmatier joining us to cover the Dyersburg at East Nashville game. That music does mean we're headed to our first break. You're listening to TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Department of Safety.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang out, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's a strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Hey, JP.
From Bristol to Memphis, covering high school football, this is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. With JP Platt, here's George Plaster.
Okay, we welcome all of you back in. This is our final night of broadcasting, and we have certainly enjoyed all of this and hope you have as well. One of the guys that has been a huge contributor to all this is the Guru. And Murphy Fair, I believe, is on the line with us. JP, there's the thumbs up. Murphy, happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
Thank you, George. Same to you. It was a little bit warmer yesterday than it is right now, but that doesn't seem to have held back the crowd that's here in Williamson County to watch their Patriots against the Henry County Patriots in one of two 5A semifinal round games. Ought to be a dandy.
All we need now to get the trifecta would be the New England Patriots. But tell me a little bit about both Patriots and which one you like tonight.
This one may be one of the more evenly matched games across the
State tonight. I've checked out some scores in East Tennessee, and there's some surprises over there, I think, if you were looking to pick a Cinderella team. But here in Rudderville, Tennessee, we've got two pretty good football teams that are trying to get to Chattanooga next week. They both came into tonight's game with a very impressive record, without a doubt. Page only had one loss during the regular season, so they are now 12-1. And Henry County may be a little bit behind that, but not a whole lot. They came in 5-5, but the second half of the season has been what has been Henry County's gold star, if you will. They did get off to a slow start, but they played a very hard early season schedule, and they scored a lot of points in the playoffs. Twice they've been over 50 points in the previous three ball games. They're a very big, very physical football team up front. That's their shining star, if you will. And then on the other side of the line of scrimmage, Page has got a quarterback by the last name of McNamara. His older brother is starting quarterback at the University of Michigan, and I got to see the younger of the two play at Green Hill last week, and he's the real deal. He's going to be an early graduate and is already accepted an offer to play at Colorado State University in Fort Collins, Colorado. So he'll be heading out there right after Christmas to give you an idea of how highly thought of he is. He only stands about 5'10". If he was 2 or 3 inches taller, he'd probably be on the recruiting list of just about all the Power 5 schools across the country. But he's a good one and runs just as well as he throws the football. I'm looking for an exciting, maybe high-scoring football game. The weather certainly has a little something to do with that. It's about 30 degrees here, about 15 minutes before kickoff.
Yeah, really the coldest weather we've had for a Friday night. Murphy, I know you've compiled a little bit about all of these games. I'm going to let you kind of steer it. You kind of tell me where you want to go, and we'll go.
Well, if you want, we'll just start with 1A and move all the way up to 6A because the Division II schools have taken the night off. They only have 4 rounds. Only 16 teams from each of those 3 divisions made the playoffs, and so they only needed 4 rounds, and they completed their semifinal rounds last week.
Right. Okay. Take me to 1A. Tell me where we're going here.
Okay. South Pittsburgh is on the road at Cloudland High School up in Roan Mountain, Tennessee. That's about as far east as you can go and still stay within the confines of the Tennessee state line. They're only about 8 miles from the North Carolina border. South Pitt, I think, kind of went into this game a little bit of a favorite, at least by most of the people that I have talked to. But the last score I saw had Cloudland up by a couple of touchdowns. That's maybe a little bit of surprise for a lot of people, but it's 14-0 Cloudland over South Pittsburgh in the second quarter. The winner of that game will take on Trenton Peabody, who is playing at McKenzie tonight. 2 really good 1A teams. Trenton Peabody, the 3-time defending 2A state champion, dropped down to 1A this year. They're only about 20 or 30 miles from McKenzie. McKenzie's gone through the regular season unbeaten. Peabody's only loss was to Huntingdon, another 2A school, but Huntingdon went by the wayside early in the playoffs in the opening round, if I'm not mistaken, at least in the second round. They got beat by MAHS 8-7. And that MAHS team out of Memphis lost to Westview last week. But 4 really good single-A football teams. I think South Pittsburgh and Peabody would be the favorites. But right now, South Pittsburgh is trailing, and they haven't kicked off over in McKenzie yet.
Okay, looks like we got about a minute and a half left before the break. So you go where you want to go from here.
Okay, we'll go to 2A where Hampton is hoping Trousdale County. Last time I looked, Hampton had scored twice, Trousdale County once. That's a little bit of a surprise right there. And then the other half of the bracket has Westview playing at Parsons Riverside. That one yet to kick off. Should be a good game in both of those. In AAA, I think a lot of people thought Giles County might get
20 seconds music coming. Stand by.
Last time I checked, Alcoa was comfortably ahead, 3 touchdowns to none. So looks like Alcoa is probably going to be playing in Chattanooga next week. And then the other one promises to be a dandy. I think Dyersburg playing at East Nashville tonight ought to be a good game there. This is the first time East Nashville's ever been this far, and the same holds true for Dyersburg. So whoever wins that game will be playing for a state championship for the first time.
Murphy, hang with us. We're going to bring you back up after the break and tell you that you're watching and listening to TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
I am Dr. Birding, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
There's only one, the Guru, and he shares his knowledge exclusively on TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Time for class with Murphy Fair. Here's George Plaster.
And we welcome all of you in. It's the top of the hour, and in the Central Time Zone, in the Nashville, Middle Tennessee area, and to the west, some games are just getting underway. In the Eastern Time Zone, some of them are an hour in. And with that in mind, we bring the Guru, Murphy Fair, back in. Murphy was sort of giving us some of the notes that only he would know about some of the participants. Murphy, I think we have reached Class 4A, so have at it. Take it away.
All right, a couple of updates. At halftime, Cloudland leads South Pittsburgh 14-7, and Hampton is ahead of Trousdale County, but Trousdale County's come back with a score. Hampton leading it 8-6 in the second quarter. Also in East Tennessee, Elizabethton playing host to Upperman High School. Elizabethton back-to-back state championships the last couple of years and undefeated this year with one exception. That was Greenville, but Greenville avenged that loss last week. Elizabethton did, beating Greenville 13-7. Elizabethton hosting Upperman tonight out of Baxter, Tennessee. This is only the third time in school history that Upperman has been to the semifinals, and the Bees are trailing the Cyclones 16-6. The other half of that bracket, Haywood High School, a team that's been to the finals 2 of the last 3 years out of Brownsville, Tennessee. They are at Tullahoma, and that one just now getting underway. Should be a great game. Tullahoma undefeated last year and this year during the regular season, but their postseason run last year ended very short in the playoffs. A lot of people think Tullahoma may be the team that gets to Chattanooga for the title game. They've never been to the title game. This is their third appearance, I think, in the last 3 or 4 years to be in the state semifinals. Then in 5A, we've got a war going on in Knoxville where Powell is entertaining West. Both teams came into tonight's game 11-2. And right now, Powell holding a 14-0 lead in that ball game. A lot of people thought, myself included, that West, the team that scored 63 points against Knoxville Central last week, might be the team that comes out of that part of the bracket. Both of those teams have been in the state championship games before. I think they've both won state championships before. And then the other part of that bracket is where I am tonight. We're at Page High School in Williamson County. They're just about ready to kick off here between Page and Henry County. Page came into the game with just one loss. Henry County with 5. Page with a quarterback, the McNamara kid, who is headed to Colorado State in about a month. He's going to be an early graduate, and Colorado State wants him in their program as soon as they can possibly get him. And then into 6A, Maryville entertaining Oakland. I saw a piece in the paper earlier this week. This is interesting, George. It's been 22 years since Maryville lost a playoff game at home. I think you were still in high school then, if I'm not mistaken,
right? Wow. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, but I like where you're going with it. Murphy, we may never see anything quite like that again.
Well, I agree. I think at one time, several years ago, the Rebels of Maryville had a 74-game win streak, which I don't know if anyone will ever be able to surpass that or not. Maryville took an early lead, 7-0. Then Oakland came back with back-to-back touchdowns. But Maryville has just scored before halftime, and that one's deadlocked at 14. Those teams are both 13-0. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw online yesterday, Oakland is rated the number 25 team by Max Press in the entire United States. Back earlier in the season, when Oakland was entertaining CPA, the Oakland Patriots were, I think, number 11 in the country by another rating service. But obviously a great football game. It'll be interesting to hear the blow-by-blow description of that one later on in tonight's show. I think we have a reporter at that ball game, and I think the fans up there on both sides of the field are certainly getting their money's worth. And then on the other side of that bracket, Hendersonville is playing host to Summit, last year's 5A state champions. A lot of people weren't real confident about how well Summit would do coming to the 6A ranks this year. Well, they went through the regular season without a blemish on their schedule, and they're currently 3-0. And like I said, they're at Hendersonville. Summit, a very heavy favorite to win that ball game.
Murphy, you talked about Maryville and just these years of tradition of being there every year. And then you've got somebody like East Nashville who has never tasted this before. How big do you think the experience level or that lack thereof is?
Oh, I think it's great. Anytime a team reaches this level, whether it's old school and they've been here a dozen times or it's the first time, they're at the top of their career for so many of these young men that work so hard. And maybe it's a little higher at East Nashville because it's a program that's relatively new, although that school has a rich history back decades ago, but it had been closed for quite some time until it reopened, I don't know, 10 or 12 years ago. But this is the first time they've ever been this far, and that program is really, really doing well. They've kind of soared through their regular season schedule as well, playing a very difficult schedule, but winning 6 games, and then they scored 41, 17, and 48 points in their 3 playoff ball games. So Jamal Stewart, a Nashville native himself, who played at Stratford several years ago, is at the helm of that program. A relatively new head coach. He's been an assistant at 2 or 3 different programs, I think, in Nashville, but this is his second year in charge of the program. And obviously the Eagles are chartering new territory right now.
Murphy, what buttons do you think he has pushed correctly? Because this is an incredible story, what he's gotten done.
Well, I don't know if anyone caught the story that Tom Krieger wrote in the Tennessean this morning, but it was heartbreaking and heartwarming all at the same time. They've got a running back who's not very big. The Ford kids rushed for about 1,500 yards. But 4 years ago, this young man watched his father, saw his father shoot and kill his brother in an argument of sorts, if you will. And the younger of the 3 in that particular situation, the one who's still playing at East Nashville, has gotten through that in an incredible manner. And Tom Krieger, who wrote the story, told me that he would have loved to have had other parts of that story on the page, but that they just ran out of room. But this past December, if that wasn't enough, the young man in question, he and his mother were held up at gunpoint in their own. And I tell people all the time, George, whether I'm talking about other parents or fans or members of the media, for the most part, we have no idea what these kids go home to or do not go home to.
Right.
As far as a loving family and somebody teaching them life lessons, the only place they're going to get that is football. And that's why I love what I do so much, is because of Coach Stewart and people like you. We're taking kids like the Ford kid under their arm and trying to show them the right way and let them know that there are better choices than joining a gang or whatever the situation may be. And I think high school football coaches, and I don't want to downplay coaches of other sports, but there's just something about football that unfortunately we hear way too many stories like this, but the kids are taking the right steps because somebody cares.
Murphy, let's go back to Maryville for just a second. What shot do you have? What shot do you give them in the second half to pull this off?
Well, I think it's anybody's ball game for the most part. I would like to think that Oakland has the talent and the coaching ability to pull that one out. They've played some pretty tough non-regional ball games, and it's come away a winner of those. I've got a tremendous amount of respect for Kevin Creasy and what he's been able to do. Not only there, but at Trousdale County. He won 2 or 3 state championships there before they brought him to Murfreesboro to take over that Oakland job. But Coach Derek Hunt at Maryville played for the Rebels. He won his first state championship before he even turned 30. I can't help but think when he was a freshman in high school, they were grooming him not only to be the starting quarterback, but one day becoming the head football coach at Maryville High School. And George Quarles, the previous coach that won so many titles there, always told me that the one thing that puts Maryville ahead of most other programs is the fact that their coaching staff is relatively the same as it was 10 years ago. They just don't have turnover in the coaching ranks at that point. Once you get to that situation, whether it's Maryville or Alcoa, that's the pinnacle of a coaching job, I think, in so many situations. And when you have that one thing about both of those programs that really stands out to me. You don't see 8 or 10 or 12 kids from those schools going on to play college football at Power 5 schools. They might go to Maryville College. They might go to Cumberland in Lebanon. They might go to an SEC school once a decade. But you don't see a whole lot of kids playing college football out of those programs. They're just all very well coached, very determined, and keep doing the right things and doing it with great consistency.
Murphy, Alcoa is no stranger to this backdrop as well, and it looks like they're going to get there again.
Interesting you brought that up because I neglected to mention that earlier. If Alcoa wins tonight and wins next week in Chattanooga, it will be their 7th straight state championship. And that's only happened one other time since the playoffs began in 1969. And that was about, 10 or 12 years ago when they won 7 in a row. And half of those victories were under the direction of Gary Rankin as well. Gary's only about 15 or 20 wins away from a 500th win as a head football coach. And I saw somewhere just the other day that he has been ranked somewhere in the top 30 of all-time high school head coaches all across America. So he gets it done on a regular basis.
George and Murphy, I want to pipe in real quick because I've got a couple of scoring updates. This is happening pretty quickly. The Powell Knox West game, Murphy, when you came on, I believe you mentioned 14-0. Well, since then, still in the second quarter, it is now Powell 28, West nothing. As an interception and a long return, and on the very next play, Powell just put it in from about 30 yards out, and they lead 28-0. Elsewhere, Haywood has jumped out early on Tullahoma, 7-0. And that is about the only update. Elizabethton has gone to half, leading 16-0. Trousdale County trails at Hampton, also now at the half, 8-6. And you can see those scores crawling across the bottom of our screen if you're watching on any of our social media outlets.
Murphy, where is that 28-0 coming from?
Well, Matt Lowe is a really good coach there at Powell High School. He went to Powell himself, was a pretty good running back in his day. Then he left and went to King's Academy, a private school in Seymour, but came back to Powell a couple of years ago. He seems to be able to find the best of the best players. I know the young man who is listed as the state's #1 prospect who played at St. Benedict in Shelby County over in Memphis. Walker is his last name, I believe, and he's a lineman at Powell High School right now. An animal looking of a player. I'm telling you, the guy's like 6'5" and 280 and doesn't have much fat on him anywhere. He's a big time player that'll be playing on Saturday somewhere next year.
JP, let me ask, I know we'll get to the full stuff here in a little while, but anything else that might come as a shock?
Well, third quarter just underway. Trousdale County now leads Hampton 14-8, so they get an early score there. I guess the marquee game, Maryville and Oakland tied at 14. Maryville got up 7-0. Oakland had 2 touchdowns, and then Maryville scored right before the half, and that game is tied. And maybe a surprise to some, maybe not to others, but Alcoa leads Giles County now 42-0. That should be at the half by now. We'll double-check and get a halftime score late in the second was when that score came across. But many, including myself, and I can't speak for anyone else, but thought Giles County may have had a chance here tonight. But Alcoa doing what Alcoa does.
You know, the shame of that. Go ahead, Murphy.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say Alcoa gave Maryville one of its biggest scares of the year. The Rebels had to come back and score very late in the ball game to pull that one out. It looked as though Alcoa was going to get them this year. Coach Rankin said he figures if he can beat Maryville once a decade, he's done pretty well.
He may be right about that. Murphy, great information. Enjoy the game that you're at. Stay warm, and we'll talk to you again later.
I'll let you know I bowled 2 games on Monday. Film at 11, okay?
Nice. I like it. Murphy Fair is the guru for exactly what you've been hearing over the last 20, 25 minutes. He knows more about high school football than anybody in the state of Tennessee. And you're listening and watching TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. Do you know your name? Where you are right now?
I'm going to fix myself first. 76 coming.
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right. Mr. Woods, can you hear me? George, can you hear me? You can. I can't hear you because I've got you guys out, so I don't show you. All right, stand by, guys.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by Wilson Bacon Trust. Visit wilsonbacontrust.com for more details. Wilson Bacon Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
It's about 20 minutes after the hour. JP, who might we have on the old phone line?
We've got our guest joining us from Wilson Bacon Trust, Mr. Woods. And Mr. Woods, George and I were kind of curious. How do we pronounce your first name?
It's pronounced DJ.
I was right, George.
Well, you know what? I thought so too, but I didn't want to screw it up. I need a loan. Who do I go to?
Yes.
DJ.
DJ. Oh,
so if I'm going to get the loan, I've got to say your first name right.
Believe it or not, I won't hold that against you. I will find a way to get it done.
Good Lord, you should. There are any number of reasons why you ought to hold it against me. First of all, this guy works with Wilson Bank and Trust, and he is terrific. He is also, all the kidding aside, a part of the board of the National Football Foundation, the Middle Tennessee chapter that I've been involved in forever. Boy, are you in bad company in that deal.
You probably know a lot more about that and the company than I would, as we're Kurt and myself, newer to the board there. But yeah, it's great to be a part of. As a sports guy, being to help out and be a part of all of Middle Tennessee for that matter, and high school football. It's definitely something that we look forward to more than just the food once a month. It's the the conversation we get to have as well. It's great.
Although let's say this, it sweats. The food by itself is worth it.
As John puts it, ground zero for any type of food. It's definitely top of the charts.
Well, one of the reasons I brought this up, the National Football Foundation, our Middle Tennessee chapter, has been doing great things for years, but we have really struggled over the years to get the kind of help that we've needed. You guys have stepped in not only to say, okay, here's a check, we'll see you in a year, but to really get in on the ground level, the grassroots of what we're up to, which to me speaks volumes that you all not only talk the talk, you walk the walk.
Yeah, it's when I was asked to be a part to represent Wilson Bank for the Middle Tennessee chapter, it's something that at first I wasn't really sure about, but then as we went to the initial reception that we had, the annual awards banquet, it was, truly remarkable to see what you guys have put together. As you said, the company, a part of that, and how well it's put on, being able to help you guys out throughout that process, more so the kids involved. That was huge, as being a student athlete myself, more so the athlete than the student, because these guys that are a part of that every year, the academics that we get to see, their GPA, just the reports the coaches send us about the kids. It's truly remarkable on some of the student athletes that are represented by each school. So for us to be a part of that, it was hands down. We are heavily involved in the community as you may very well know, but to be a part of it and football more than anything, which I've got my own thoughts about that being the best sport there is, but a lot that goes into it, and super excited, like I said, each and every month, but then again, when we come full circle there in February to recognize those schools and kids.
Tell people about your football background.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Gallatin, Tennessee. Played football there all 4 years. It's actually, believe it or not, started out probably just started playing football when I got to Gallatin. My mom, believe it or not, said I was too pretty to play football, so she wouldn't let me play for the longest time. But finally I got to play, and then try to make the most of it.
Hold on a second. Mine never used that line. Mine just said, "You're not good enough."
My mom loved baseball. She loved to be a part of baseball. I liked it, but I didn't. I think she held me out of football too long, and football was kind of my first love at that point. I really liked baseball, but there's nothing like being able to take at that point, we thought we were grown men, but there's nothing like taking another grown man against his will and pushing him backwards. So I really, really enjoyed that. And at Gallatin, that's basically what I was, an outside lineman. We didn't throw the ball much, so as a wide receiver, I was blocking more than anything. But truly enjoyed it, loved it. Was halfway decent at it that I got to continue my career there in Cumberland University in Lebanon, Tennessee, and loved it so much I decided to stick around. So that's where we've kind of put our roots, my wife and I, and our two kids. So we're here and been here since 2009 when we first started there at Cumberland.
Okay, I love what's in the background. Turn to your right. Who's the slam dunker in this deal?
So this is my little girl. So she's a 3-point shooter. She comes up. We're in the bonus room trying to get away from all the chaos downstairs, and she says, "Daddy, let's go shoot some threes." So this is where she makes it rain here in the
I
corner.
love it. I love it. Okay, tell people a little bit some of the services that you all offer as a bank. All banks offer services, but to me, I don't know, there's a spirit about you all, and I've known it for a while, that not every bank has got.
Yes. So, I think maybe not a lot, but we are really a full service bank, and we continue to provide that really 6 days a week. I don't know that many banks even offer that anymore, but without competing with other banks, what we do is anything from your credit card loan to your mortgage loan or commercial small business. I myself work out of our main office in Lebanon, and I do, like I said, everything from a simple credit card, auto loan, all the way up to your mortgage or small small business looking to get started. So everything from the ground up. What I've been seeing, I guess, more so recently with how crazy the mortgage industry is a lot of folks needing cash offers. And there are a lot of different ways people may not be aware of that you can take advantage of some of the equity you may have in your current home or other assets you may have. So a lot of what I do is I call it is creative financing. So I try to compare it to making sausage. You don't want to know all the ins and outs of making sausage. You want that finished product. And that's what I try to bring you, to try to make it simple and smooth as possible.
I was just about to get to creative financing. I do that every month. Jay, thank you for taking the time to come on with us.
I appreciate it, George. Thanks for having me.
Tell everybody there we said hello.
Will do. And as you know, we got a big game coming up tomorrow. Go Vols.
Oh, wait a minute. You just said that to a former Vandy announcer.
Wow.
And you knew that. Hey, there was no hesitation whatsoever, was there?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, you know what? This is one year I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
George, as always, it's a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Hey, same here. Talk to you, I guess, in a couple of weeks.
In a couple of weeks. You're getting the bill this time, right?
Yeah, you bet. See ya.
See you, George. Thank you, man.
Okay, we'll go to the break. Our thanks to DeJay Woods for joining us from Wilson Bank and Trust. We'll have more of TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. Do you know your name? Do you know where you are right now?
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right, stand by, George.
Taking you on the field under the lights every Friday night. This is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Here's your host, George Plaster.
And we welcome all of you back. George Plaster, JP Plant, on the final Friday night of our high school football coverage for the 2021 year. And we thank all the sponsors and the folks who have helped us make this all happen. JP, am I allowed to do my own scoreboard update?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff going. A full day of college football today.
Love it.
And more tonight. So, tell us what's going on.
Okay, first of all, the Predators just got through beating the New Jersey Devils. That makes me a happy camper. 4-2 was the final in that one. It was a home game that started at 5 o'clock. A game I'm watching right now. NC State has thoroughly dominated arch rival North Carolina, and yet they're only up 14-10 as they head to the intermission. 14-10, NC State, who is 8-3, against a North Carolina team that I think has been a little bit of a disappointment this year. A lot higher expectations. It has not happened. Apple Cup out west. Washington State, which rarely wins this game, leads Washington 7-0. They're about midway through the first quarter, and I guess that's all. You know what? One other thing.
Okay.
Sonny Dykes is the new coach at TCU. It was announced about an hour and a half ago. This has been rumored for weeks. This was not a big surprise. And so now SMU is open. I'll be interested to see where that one goes.
That is interesting. No big surprise. Getting ready for this, I had not seen that, so that is news to me. So there you go.
Good.
There you go. Good
what
stuff.
Are we doing?
How about let's get a full Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update on our 12 games, all in action as we speak. How about it?
Let's do it.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, thank you very much. Very quick and to the point, just 12 games tonight. 12 games. All right. In Class 1A, Cloudland leading South Pittsburgh now 22-14. Just an updated score there. That is in the third quarter. 4A action tonight. Elizabethton 16-0 over Upperman. They are just underway in the third quarter there as well. Trousdale County now into the fourth, 20-8. They lead at Hampton tonight. Alcoa all over Giles County, 42-0. That is a halftime score. Oakland gets an early field goal in the third quarter. They lead Maryville 17-0 now. It is Powell up
17-14.
Thank you, 17-14. I was looking at the next score where Powell is shutting out West. That's at the half, 28-0. Elsewhere, East Nashville is up on Dyersburg now in the second, 7-0. Summit and Hendersonville are tied at 7. That is in the first quarter. Same thing for Haywood and Tullahoma, also tied at 7. Now into the second quarter. It is Decatur County Riverside 12-7 over Westview. That is in the first quarter. Peabody and McKenzie are tied at 14, and Page leading Henry County 7-0. That in the second quarter as we speak. So there you go, George. That is the latest Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
There's some pretty good games going on right now.
Yes, there are. A couple of surprises, perhaps. The as I mentioned with the Murphy, Alcoa 42-0. To some, that is not a surprise. Probably most. I thought they might have a chance. Did the Bobcats? But that doesn't appear to be the case. Oakland Maryville, a tight one. The home team has won this matchup in recent memory. So no shocker there. Maybe Powell at West, 28-0. Not so much that Powell could end up winning this game, but to do this in the first half at Knox West when it appeared West was really starting to dominate in that 5A classification.
How about Oakland?
Yeah.
Wow. Good ball game.
We are certainly going to keep tabs on that. And I tell you what, George, while you fill and stretch for about 45 seconds, I will get us to that game on WGNS, and our friend Brian Barrett on the call. And let me see.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll throw in a couple of things.
Okay.
Washington State has extended their lead over arch rival Washington to 10-0. That game on FS1, they are, let's see here. They're late in the first quarter, about 4 minutes left there. North Carolina and NC State have now gone to the half, 14-10, Wolfpack over the Tar Heels. Later on tonight, pretty good college basketball game. Duke, Gonzaga. Has anybody seen Gonzaga? I'll never believe they're going to win it all until I see it.
Yeah.
However, this bunch, man, they are scary.
They are. Didn't they beat UCLA by like 20 points?
Beat the stew out of them.
Yeah, number 2 team ranked in the country, UCLA. Yeah. So,
and didn't look like it, did they?
No, not at all. All right, I've got our game WGNS with the call Oakland at Maryville. We believe. Oh, hold on.
They playing little games with us.
I think they're about to go to timeout. Okay, no, they're still with us. So let's head over to East Tennessee and catch up with Brian Barrett on WGNS Radio.
So just not a lot of room. Antonio Patterson is going to give Jordan James a spell. First and 10, I think. They're still trying to work a kink out of the chain. They stretch it here. James has got a little cleat problem, it looks like. First and 10. Hewitt with a halfback and also with Patterson back there. Fights off one tackle, but can't break free from another. Maybe a yard. Graham in there on the takedown. They're not going to give him much on that at all. They're not very favorable on that side. Ball is between the 25 and the 26-yard line. 40 seconds to play in the third. Oakland leads here 17-14. Khalil James comes out here to the near side between the hashes and the numbers. Now sends Horton in motion. Coming here near side is Patterson. Tries to shake one guy and does. 30, stiff arm, and then out of bounds. What a run by Antonio Patterson. Picks up 6, but those were hard-earned 6 yards right there. Third down.
They made a little nice spin move to get out of one tackler and then stiff arm the other guy for the first down, or close to it.
3rd and 4.
Well, this is a really huge play, Brian.
It's gigantic. Horton right side. Patterson going out there as well. James back in. Lined up just behind Hewitt. Give to James. James first down, I think. 35-yard line, make it 36. Just across. Go ahead and wave. Wave it. First down.
Yeah, there you go.
First bank, first down.
James really picking up the pace here in the second half. 52 yards rushing here in the second half.
That's going to end the third quarter of play. We're going to the fourth quarter. Oakland with the football, leading 17-14 at Shield Stadium for Maryville. We'll be
all right. So there you go.
Wow.
Into the third, George. What a scene that must be. Doesn't that sound incredible?
Well, first of all, you've got a tradition and a history at Maryville that is second to none. I mean, that stat about they haven't lost a home playoff game in 22 years. Think
Wow.
about all the games they've hosted. And, you know, whatever the word dynasty means, obviously on the college level, it's Alabama. We may never see anything like that again, what Nick Saban is getting done there. But in high school football, what Maryville has accomplished over the years, and now this has been, what, a quarter of a century at least?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's amazing. Yeah, and it's not like they've had a gap in between those losses. It's every year, multiple games every year, because they're that good. So this is certainly the game that we all were hoping for at this point, appointment football, so to speak. So and they are back in the fourth quarter, George. So let's go back to Brown Barrett and WGNS.
Let's do it.
World and Drummers Den, Stones River Town Center, Mills Family Pharmacy, and Apex Bank.
1st and 10 for the Oakland Patriots. They've swapped sides, so moving left to right now. Hewitt works from under center, 2 in the backfield. James and Patterson, they give to Patterson. Works off the left side of that line, keeps it pushing forward to about the 40, I think. Well, the guy backed up a yard, so 39, maybe 3 yards there on that. 2nd down. Opening seconds of the fourth quarter. Oakland up here 17-14.
Well, I like that spot better than I've liked the other ones.
I did too. Maryville fans didn't. That's what you heard across the way. 2nd and 6. 4-yard gain for the Oakland Patriots. Hewitt to James. James inside, dives to the 44-yard line. And it's 3rd down. Hoy on the takedown for Maryville.
Well, here we go again. 3rd and 2.
3rd down and 2 at the 44 of Oakland are the Patriots. Hewitt trots to the huddle. 10:55 to play in the ball game. Oakland up 17-14. Horton comes out here near side, along with Antonio Patterson. James in the backfield, but you got Gross at fullback. Plowing the way. James, 1st down, still on his feet, and finally muscled down after picking up 4 yards at about the 49. Cannon Johnson made the tackle, but not before Oakland gets a first down.
You got to tip your cap to the offensive line of Oakland, especially the interior blocking, as James has just run it right down their throat at this point and picking up 4 or 5 yards a clip. You keep that momentum going and you keep working that clock, things might look pretty good. Don't want to be too premature here, but no turnovers.
Nice blocking by the fullback, Gross, that time too. James is in motion. They fake the give to him. So it's Patterson with the ball in Rebel territory now. Going to be down about the 47 maybe. Johnson on the tackle, picks up 3. Ball is at the 47 on the left hash. 9:50 to play in the ball game. Patriots break the huddle, and here's Big Burrell over the football.
Take your time, fellas.
Horton close into the line of scrimmage on the left side. 3 in the backfield to choose from. It's going deep. Caught by Horton inside the 10. Faked everybody off. At 3 in the backfield, and Horton just scooted down the sideline. It's 1st and goal. Patriots.
Great concentration. He had to wait on that ball a little bit. Tremendous concentration by Isaiah Horton.
That goes 39 yards, and the Patriots are in the Steve Martin Construction red zone. If you've got the perfect lot, Steve Martin Construction can build you the perfect home.
3 for 3 for Hewitt tonight.
1st and goal from the 9. Ball goes far side. It's Patterson. Dives for the pylon. Is he in there? Let me know. Tell me. Yes, sir. Touchdown, Patriots. Antonio Patterson.
He wasn't going to be denied on that play. He went around a sweep to the left side. Nobody touched him. He just kept plowing his way through there.
Toots touchdown for the Oakland High School Patriots. Be sure to check out their weekday $5.99 lunch specials at Toots. Check them out online at toots.com. You can order there as well. Order online at Toots. Well, I don't like what's going on here. They got the points on the scoreboard. Did we call it? Somebody called a timeout, maybe?
I think that's what it is.
Okay. I got a little nervous.
Let's keep it here.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going anywhere. Oakland brings out Avery Rogers for point. Michael Foglia counting them off. Here's the snap, the set, kick away. The kick is up, and it's good. Your new score, Oakland 24, Maryville 14. 8:59 to play in the ball game on State Farm Prep Sports.
All right, George, 24-14 now. What, man, I tell you what, surprising with that wing T offense, and they can dump it to the receivers. You know, they've got a Miami commit, as you know, in a wing T offense. That's rare, I would imagine.
Oh, it's very rare, because for that to happen, somebody at that level had to see enough on film to say, wait a minute, this guy's got something. And you've probably got to project a little more than you would in a deal where that kid's catching 8 to 10 balls a game. So hats off to Miami. By the way, hats off to Oakland. Now it's a 2-possession game, and that is a big insurance policy they just got.
Yeah, it is. By the way, McKenzie has just scored. They lead Peabody 20-14. Extra point was blocked. That in the second quarter. So 20-14, McKenzie leading. We'll have a full scoreboard when we come back, George. So get us on the break.
Okay, you're listening to TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Department of Highway Safety.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
I'm going to take myself first, 76
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right, George. Although you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Not a problem. We'll come back. Toss it to me for a scoreboard update. I'm gonna get the Page Henry County game They're tied at 14. See if I can get late second quarter action on that on the radio. So stand by. Excuse me, not that one. Tullahoma Haywood. That's where I'm going. Tullahoma Haywood. Stand by.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you, booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail.
Big stuff going on tonight. We're going to find out who's headed to Chattanooga for the finals of the TSSAA high school football tournament, if you will. And for the very latest on the scoreboard, let's see what's happening with JP Plant. JP?
All right. Thank you very much,
For the latest
George.
scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, here's the very latest that we have. Cloudland and South Pittsburgh now tied at 22. That in the fourth quarter. Elizabethton leads Upperman 16-6. It is Trousdale County over Hampton 20-14. Alcoa still leads Giles County now into the third, 42-0. Oakland up on Maryville. We just heard that touchdown from Brian Barrett on WGNS. They lead at Maryville 24-14. Powell still leading West 28-0 as they get set to start the third quarter. East Nashville adds another score, 14-0 now. They lead over Dyersburg. Summit 14-7 over Hendersonville. That in the second quarter. Tullahoma has just taken the lead over Haywood 20-16. That late in the second. We're going to try to get second quarter action there here in just a moment. Decatur County Riverside 12-7. They lead in the first quarter over Westview. McKenzie 20-14 over Peabody. And Henry County and Page are tied at 14. That is late in the second quarter. George?
Okay, there is your scoreboard update as up to the minute as you can get anywhere. JP, where are we headed?
All right, we are going to go to our affiliate 93.9, The Duck. We've got Will Rabb and Lucky Knott on the call for Tullahoma and Haywood, and the Wildcats of Tullahoma just went up 20-16 over the Tomcats. Both teams, George, by the way, undefeated. So let's hear late second quarter action there.
From the 1 on the return, 10, 15, 20, out across the 25-yard line is Jalen Lewis. Haywood on the backside of the scoreboard for the first time tonight, trailing with 5:39 to go in the quarter.
What a ball game.
Half. We talk about it being a heavyweight prize fight, and lucky they're throwing haymakers back and forth.
You're going to be wore out.
Good thing it's a holiday weekend.
How about this? Fourth quarter, South Pittsburgh Cloudland, 22-22.
That's a heck of a ball game.
Fourth quarter play.
In the gun, two receivers to the right, one to the left. Got him in there tight. Gonna hand it off, going to the left. On the carry is Taylor. He's got room, 5, 10, 15, up near the 40. Jakylan Taylor moves the sticks. I still can't believe that Justice put one off the upright.
It's shocking.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Huh?
That play never happened.
The whistle blew it dead.
You got a false start.
Ooh, too bad that didn't go ahead and take place.
A false start, everybody but the center, as they would say in the NFL.
Ball sailed.
That one sailed. And
all right, George, we're going to pull out of that because time to go to break, but we will get back to that game on the other side and more as we're reaching the 8 o'clock hour.
We are indeed. You're listening to TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
506 by some first, 76
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right, George. We come back. I've got a report from Tyler Palmatier on our reporter line, so we'll get to that coming up, and then we'll go to Summit at Hendersonville on WKOM Radio.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find the right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com. And the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail. And by Wilson Bank and Trust. Visit wilsonbankandtrust.com for more details. Wilson Bank and Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
We are at the top of the hour. Welcome back in to TriStar Friday Night Live. This is our final show of 2021, which means this is the week that decides who ends up in Chattanooga for the state finals and who goes home disappointed. So far tonight, we've had some very interesting results, but we have yet to go to JP's new little toy. You like that?
That is true. Yeah, we've been busy. We've had a guest, and we've been keeping tabs on our games. 12 games here tonight. So yeah, it's and we've only got 4 reporters out in the field tonight because we're down to 12 games, and so there just aren't as many that are out there. But we have our first one. Tyler Palmatier is reporting at the Dyersburg East Nashville game. So let's hear what his report is here tonight.
Hey, this is Tyler Palmatier out at East Nashville, and East Nashville has a 14-0 lead here in the Class 3 semifinals. 14-0 lead on Dyersburg at the half. That is after Zach Beard found Willie Wilson for a 50-yard touchdown pass. It's kind of a straight down the field, just a fly route, just kind of right down the seam. Wilson had a linebacker kind of shaded over his way, and not shaded enough. Those of you who don't know Willie Wilson, he can run. And, that was a great scoring play there to get a touchdown before the half. Dyersburg can get the ball to start the second. I believe the story here has been steady offense from East Nashville. Amarion Ford has really run well and set up their first scoring drive, and the rest has been all East Nashville defense. Dyersburg runs kind of a wing T offense, and every now and then you can get kind of sucked into missing a pass play there, but East Nashville's just been really disciplined, and the defense has been there for them, and they've had several fourth down stops already, so they've got another half to see if they can make the first state finals in school history.
All right, so there you have it, George. Tyler Palmatier reporting from East Nashville. So, yeah, this is a big night for East Nashville, and a lot of folks in the metro area, they're kind of waving that banner with Pearl Cone having gone down last week to Tullahoma, and some thought was a surprise, but East Nashville kind of waving that metro flag here in 2021.
Well, this is a remarkable story in that, as you mentioned, they've never been there.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have to think that the lack of experience would hurt them. But so far tonight, nothing even close to that. 14-0 at the intermission. They've dominated the first half of play. They've shown absolutely no jitters. I mean, hats off to them. That's an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, it really is. And we heard Murphy talk about some tragedy with one of their players and their family, and there's just been a lot going on. And they had to play maybe the Darlings or the feel good story with Waverly and the flood, and a lot of people behind them, and a very good football team in East Nashville took it to them in that second round. So they are playing awfully good football right now, and that'll be a great story if they can find their way in Chattanooga next week. By the way, a programming note, you're right, this is the final week of this show as it stands. The Hall of Famer Mo Patton, Chris Yao, and myself will be in Chattanooga next week, George. We're going to be there all 3 days, and we're going to have little snippets of TriStar Friday Night Live. We'll do a daily preview, and then we'll do a little recap after each game. So those that are paying attention on both these audio and social media visual outlets, you can find out what's happening in Chattanooga. We'll have reports as the weekend goes along, but this is our final one in this format. So it's been a lot of fun though, but we're still not done. We got a lot of good stuff. The Guru will be back with us coming up in just a little bit. And in the meantime, George, I want to get to Summit at Hendersonville. It's 20-7. That is in the second quarter. By the way, Henry County has gone up with a field goal at half over Page now, 17-14. So that just came across. But I do want to take us now to Hendersonville, where Summit leads that one 20-7. That is in the second quarter. We'll join WKOM with Mike Epley and Matt Rogers.
Inside 2 minutes left until halftime. Going to spread one receiver out, and Aiden Bird will go with that. Check that. Phelps will go. And hands off up the middle, not much doing inside. Jacob Turner is the other middle linebacker with the tackle.
Yeah, same thing again, that wing tee, power pitch, whatever you call it. And that time they just gave it up the middle. And that's what they're going to do, Epley. They're either going to give that quick handoff up the middle, or that guy coming around the end, they're going to give the handoff to the outside. And, Jamison more so has to read the blocks up front opposed to who he's handing it off, because the blocks will tell you everything.
2nd down and 6 on the 23. They're going to hand to Baker off the right side. And no call as Baker sprints to the left side, and he's going to be inside the red zone. Going to mark him down at the 12.
Yeah, and these Summit fans are not happy. They think that should have been a holding call on that one. And I don't know if I necessarily disagree with them, but unfortunately it's going to be a first down, and they could still get a first down. It's first on like the 10.5. So they could still get a first down before a touchdown.
Here we go. 20-7 is the score. Hendersonville at the 10 will hand it to the up man, and nothing. And Finley Jamison makes the tackle on Baker, gain of 2.
I mean, God, I cannot overestimate enough how good that is, because I'm even up in the booth and I can see everything, and I'm still getting lost a little bit on these handoffs.
The clock is moving. It's at the 7:55 seconds. It keeps going. 13-point lead for Summit. So now what's Hendersonville doing is 45 seconds. Now they're up to the line. They're going to hand it off. Nothing. Maddox Reed grabbed him by the ankle. He's going nowhere. The clock is ticking. 37, 36, 1 yard gain for Baker. 34 seconds, still going.
Why is Hendersonville not calling a timeout? It looks like they finally did there, but I mean, I think the coach dropped the ball a little bit there, man. He could have had about another 5 to 7 seconds. I don't know what he was thinking about, but nonetheless, what they tried to do there is they tried to oversell that handoff up the middle. Quarterback tried to keep it for the outside option, and Summit sniffed that one out quick like.
So 30 seconds, Matt. If you're just tuning in, we appreciate it. 101.7 Front Porch Radio, TN.com. I'm Mike Epley on the call with Matt Rogers as always, and we are covering the Summit Spartans versus the Hendersonville Commandos. This is the semifinal game. 2 regions beaten up. The winner will play in Chattanooga Saturday night since it's a 6A game. Matt set it up. It's the 3rd and 4 on the 5-yard line. You mentioned inside the 1 you could get a first down. You got 30 seconds. If you're Hendersonville, what is Summit looking to do here on the 3rd down play?
Summit's looking to probably pinch those gaps, play that gap defense, and really play a tight man. If for some reason they run that shift, get those receivers to the outside, then you're going to see Summit go to some sort of man defense, because they don't think that Hendersonville can pass the ball too well on them.
So here we go. The break to huddle. Baker's the tailback. Manning's the quarterback. 34 on the 5. Gonna hand it off. No. He's swallowed by Keaton Wade and Maddox Reed.
Yeah, great play by Keaton Wade. Terrible play call by Hendersonville. I'll tell you right now. I mean, I think they had an okay formation. And if you're going to show a pass formation, why don't you just run the quick slant? Why don't you run the hitch? Why don't you make Summit, put Summit in a position to make a play? But that time, I mean, they ran the worst thing possible, run right at Keaton Wade.
We'll keep it here. And before we go to halftime, 2 seconds left. Hendersonville calls the timeout. 4th and 4. On the 5-yard line. They're going to elect to kick the field goal. You said they needed something.
Yes.
Well, they might get something out of this.
Yeah, I think it's a smart call. I mean, you definitely kick the field goal, because now it gives your team belief. It gives them belief that they could say, listen.
But let me play this on you. Everybody listening goes, well, this team's in the semifinal game. So why do you say believe? Do they not believe?
Are you talking about Hendersonville?
Yeah.
I mean, it's high school football. I've played high school football. I've coached high school football. It's different. If this was NFL or college, it's a different mindset. You got to constantly, especially, I mean, let's just call it what it is. Especially nowadays, I mean, this is a different generation than when I played 20 years ago. I mean, kids, it's tough to lead kids nowadays than it is before. I mean, they're so distracted. And, when you see a team like Summit completely dominant year over year, it's really easy to give up when you see what they've done. And I don't know, I don't coach Hendersonville, but still the high school mentality, if you go in down by 2 touchdowns like everybody else, it starts to weigh on you a little bit. But 2010 is a different ball game.
They're going for it.
I think this is a bad move for Hendersonville.
They're going for it. And if you miss here,
It's just a big gamble.
4th and 6. And they're going to throw it. The pass in the end zone. Intercepted. Aiden Bird. And that's halftime. They tried the halfback pass. Aiden Bird intercepted it.
Yeah, great. Look at taking nothing away from Aiden Bird and the Summit Spartans. And we're standing next to the coaches in the booth, and they're screaming.
All right, George. So excitement there at Hendersonville as they go to half, an interception in the end zone for the Spartans, and they'll take a 20-7 lead to the locker room. A couple of finals, 3 now actually, have come through. Oakland holds on to defeat Maryville 24-14. They move on to Chattanooga to get the winner of the game that we were just listening to. And South Pittsburgh has beaten Cloudland. They came back 30-22, the final there. Speaking of coming back, Hampton comes back and defeats Trousdale County 22-20. So 3 finals tonight already, 3 tickets punched to the Blue Cross Bowl in Chattanooga.
Wow. First of all, great gut check win by Oakland. You go to Maryville and win, you have accomplished something. This is the way I think on paper we thought it would be, that Oakland is simply that good. They had 2 early season scares, CPA and Lipscomb Academy, survived both of them. That probably helped them tonight in a difficult place to play, a place that's used to winning, and yet Oakland knocked down the door. Congratulations. Big win.
Yeah, they did. And, I'm sure they probably felt some pressure. Oakland's been the class in the state of Tennessee. Nationally ranked, of course, as Murphy mentioned earlier on tonight. And, they beat CPA, they beat Lipscomb Academy against the 2 best private schools, arguably in the state. They've taken care of all of their regular season opponents, and they knew this game was coming. And Maryville is no slouch, no matter what year, and they're back there. And so this is a huge win for them. Giles County has gotten on the board. They trail, though, in the 4th quarter to Alcoa 42-12. So an update there. And Powell still leads West. They're now in the 4th quarter, George. West has yet to score. It's 28-0 now, that game into the 4th quarter. And we've got an update from one of our reporters. I mentioned Henry County kicked a field goal to take a halftime lead of 17-14. Russell Venozzi, editor for Main Street Preps, is at that game. Here's his reports.
This is Russell Venozzi checking in from Franklin, where Henry County holds a 17-14 lead over Page at halftime. Jake McNamara for Page has thrown 2 touchdowns to Boyd Smith for Page's 2 touchdowns. And Henry County has gotten a pair of touchdown runs from quarterback Ryan Damron. And then they added a field goal right before halftime to take the lead for the first time tonight. It's been a good back-and-forth contest. After there was no scoring in the first quarter, things really picked up in the second. So looking forward to a entertaining second half to determine who's going to advance to the Class 5A Blue Cross Bowl.
All right. Thank you very much, Russell. So Henry County has come back. They were down 14-7, and they take a 17-14 lead in the locker room. George, they were 5-5 heading into the postseason, and they are now, 1 half away from getting to Chattanooga in the state championship game.
They're the Atlanta Braves of the TSSAA.
I guess so. Sure. Yeah.
Took me an hour and a half to get that in, but
there we go.
Thanks to them for allowing that.
Absolutely. What's happening outside the world of high school football tonight, George, on your end?
Well, North Carolina has come storming back, and they now lead at NC State 17-14 mid-third quarter. Washington State has dominated the Apple Cup. They lead 13-0 midway through the second quarter in about an hour and 15 minutes, to be exact. Duke and Gonzaga will go at it. Gonzaga is an 8.5-point favorite. When is the last time Duke was an 8.5-point dog to anybody in hoops?
No kidding. Not when they've got healthy players, for sure, or when Krzyzewski. And this is final season, too. It's a swan song.
Tell you a kid I really like, Sam Howell at North Carolina. He can flat out zing it.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. All right. Plenty of more games to follow tonight. We will get back to games second half action. We'll check back in Summit at Hendersonville on WKOM radio. Also, second half action, Tullahoma, 93-9, the Duck. That is in the locker room now. The Wildcats lead the Tomcats as Tullahoma over Haywood 20-19. So Haywood got a field goal late in that second quarter to close out the first half. McKenzie and Peabody have gone to the half. McKenzie leading 23-20. McKenzie undefeated. Peabody, the three-time reigning 2A champs, George. They are now in 1A this year. Doesn't seem fair, though, right? But they are back inching closer to another state championship appearance, but they trail on the road tonight to McKenzie 23-20. And Westview, with their vaunted Alabama recruited quarterback, trails at Decatur County Riverside tonight 18-14. Both teams coming in 12-1 on the season there. East Nashville continues to lead Dyersburg, George, 14-0. That has gone to the half as well. Elizabethton leads Upperman 16-6. Upperman finally got on the board. 2.5 to go in that one. Looks like Elizabethton is going to make their way back to the state championship game for the third straight year. They are the two-time reigning champs in 4A, and they took out their region rival Greenville last week, who had blown away everybody, including Elizabethton earlier this year, George. So they, to be the best, you got to beat the best, and they've done that. And they're reminding folks that they still are the reigning champs.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Hey, we got another update. Summit Hendersonville, Zach Womble is there at that game along with Mo Patton. We'll hear Zach, who is covering the game for the Hendersonville side of things. Let's hear what he had to say.
It's Zach Womble up here at Hendersonville High School as the Summit Spartans lead the host Commandos 20-7 at the break. It was a 7-7 game, and then it turned all Summit really fast as Destin Wade and Keaton Wade have kind of showed out and did what they do best, and that's put on a show, as I just said. If Hendersonville wants to get in it, they've got to cut down on the penalties. They've got to not turn the football over, and they've got to take advantage of their opportunities. They stall inside the 10 as we go into halftime, throwing an interception into the end zone, allowing Summit to run off the field with all the momentum. Again, it's Summit 20, Hendersonville 7 at the break.
All right. Thank you, Zach. All right, George, so that's where we stand. I tell you what, why don't we get to break, and affiliates, if you are with us at this point, we will be back at 23 after. So, George, we'll take a timeout, get more scores and updates and live listen-ins and the like. Straight ahead.
Beautiful. This is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. Do you know your name? Do you know where you are right now?
506 by some 76
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right, George. So we get back at 23 after. We'll go up to 37. This will be your last segment. So you can hit me with a scoreboard update or toss to me for the scoreboard update. I'll do one. And then we'll go to I may get you into Page, Henry County. They're about to start the third quarter, so we'll fill a little bit, and I'll let you know when we get to that. Stand by.
From Bristol to Memphis, covering high school football, this is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. With J.P. Platt, here's George Plaston.
Devin, thank you very much. Let me do my own little scoreboard update before I toss it to JP. Washington State 13-0 in the Apple Cup. 2 minutes left in the first half, although Washington is driving. And North Carolina continues to put it to NC State. They have scored 21 unanswered and now lead 24-14 late third quarter in Raleigh. Those are the two college football games that are going on. But now for the important stuff, JP, with what's going on the high school level.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, thank you very much, George and Devin. All right, we've got another final. Elizabethton has taken care of Upperman tonight. They got a late score and won it 23-6. So Elizabethton moves on to the 4A state championship game in Chattanooga, the Blue Cross Bowl, next week. South Pitt defeated Cloudland earlier tonight, 30-22. So South Pitt will move on to the 1A championship game. They will take on the winner of Peabody and McKenzie. That score coming up. Actually, I can get to that right now. That is at the half. McKenzie leading 23-20. In 2A, it was Hampton coming back to defeat Trousdale County 22-20. So Hampton moves on to Chattanooga in the Blue Cross Bowl, and they will get the winner of Decatur County, Riverside, and Westview. And Riverside leads at the half at home 18-14. In 3A, Alcoa leads Giles County in the fourth now 42-12. And they will get the winner of East Nashville Dyersburg. And it is East Nashville leading 14-0 that game at the half. In 4A, as we mentioned, Elizabethton 23-6. They win over Upperman, and they get the winner of Tullahoma and Haywood. That game is in the half, getting ready to start the third quarter. Tullahoma leads that one 20-19. 5A action. Powell all over Knox West tonight, 35-0 now. That game in the fourth quarter. Looks like they're going to move on to Chattanooga, the Blue Cross Bowl, where they will get either Page or Henry County. And the Patriots lead this one 17-14. That would be the Henry County Patriots because, George, as we know, they're both Patriots.
Right,
So,
and we're worried because the Titans play the Patriots.
That's right. That's correct. And then finally, 6A, Oakland goes to Maryville and gets a win on the road. Maryville hadn't lost at home since the Stone Age in the playoffs. Oakland 24-14 winners. Those Patriots move on to the 6A state championship game next Saturday night in Chattanooga, where they await either Summit or Hendersonville. Summit leads at the half, 20-7 up in Sumner County. So that's your Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update, George, to the minute as we sit here at 27 past the hour.
Tell you what goes on in Chattanooga next week is going to be very interesting.
Absolutely.
If you really wanted to do the perfect sports weekend,
oh boy,
you do a little Chattanooga on Thursday.
Okay.
A little Chattanooga on Friday.
Yeah.
A little Hotlanta GA Saturday for Alabama and Georgia.
Oh, there we go.
And I have no idea if the Falcons are home on Sunday, and honestly could not care less.
You and about 70,000 other people that probably won't show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Man.
No question. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to Chattanooga. Cookeville was a great host, and they really rolled out the red carpet for the TSSAA and the teams that came and the fans. The stadium at Tennessee Tech is getting an upgrade, and it had its limitations to some degree, but it's nice change of scenery. Chattanooga and Finley Stadium right there in downtown Chattanooga, so there's a lot going on. So I'm looking forward to be in Chattanooga next weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. By the way, on that note, be sure and follow the same social media outlets, online streams next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as the Hall of Famer Mo Patton, along with we're calling him now the Sundrop Kid from Alabama, George, Chris Yao. The Sundrop Kid. You like that nickname?
You know what? You'll need to explain that to me later.
Okay. Well,
off air.
There's not really a story, but it sounds good. So we'll go with that. And myself will be down there. We'll have previews each morning at 10 local time, which is 9:00 Central. So we'll be live for half an hour with a preview of each game, and then following each game, we'll have a little recap and a look ahead to the following game. So be sure and check that out coming up next week. All right. I've got another game for us, George. Henry County at Page 5A semifinals, and Henry County leading 17-14. They are ready for third quarter action. We're going to go to WAKM Radio and our friend Joe Williams, who is on the call for this one, as they get ready early third quarter.
From the 19 as they go back to work on that clock. It has been a cantankerous thing tonight. That happens when it starts getting cold. Henry County, Dameron, the quarterback, fakes the handoff, keeps it, goes left. But tell you what, the Patriots have made some adjustments. He would have picked up 8 or 10 on that run in the first half. Instead, he gets stopped at the 24 and only gets 5.
Looks like they brought the cornerbacks up a step or two, and the safeties had dropped on the inside. Dameron had run 3 to 4 times in the second quarter for over 12 yards. That time held just short of the first down marker. It's going to make a third and about 2.5.
All wrestling at the 24. He'll carry it again, and I don't know. Yeah, he's going to bust through finally. I was looking for the Patriots to make another big stop there like they did the first half. He'll get out to the 28. It'll be good for a first down.
The size of the Henry County offensive line is a understatement of the year. Captain August is a distinct advantage. They are large.
Yes, they are. First and 10, they're on 28. Back the backfield up a little bit. And 2 to the right, none to the left. They got a tight end over there. Again, going to fake it, going to throw, dump it out on the Barrett. And Barrett's got some room. Oh, my gosh.
Tomahawk tackle.
Woo! Colin Hurd came up from behind and put one on him.
He also took out a blocker for Henry County on the same tackle.
Hurd went head hunting.
Had the pleasure of interviewing him early in the year. And this poor Henry County kid, I don't know if you ever had the breath, wind knocked out? I mean, it's the most frightening.
Oh, yeah.
And you lay there and you're trying to breathe and you can't.
16 yards on the catch and run. It'll be 1st and 10 from Henry County 44 when we get back in business. But right now, they are double-checking on a Henry County player. This place has gone quiet, as you can imagine. It's been a very good, very sportsmanlike game on both sides. Fans, players alike. And if you get to this point, that's what it should be.
And look at the crowd from Henry County.
Oh, yeah.
As usual, they travel, as well as any team anywhere I've ever seen.
They can't park, but they sure travel.
Okay. What was my favorite comedian said, Ron White says, I had the right to main ability, but I didn't have I had the right to main silent, didn't have the ability. Yeah. I saw the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord help us. Okay.
All right. Off we go. I think everything's going to be good.
Norman Duncan, 5'11", 167, walking gingerly as the coaches lead him to the sidelines with a lot of assistance. He needs it.
And they got called from behind, and when he did, I mean, it was just everything went straight to the ground. It was a tomahawk tackle. You're right. But still, it's a first down for Henry County as they lead 17-14 somewhere in the third quarter. Handoff left side Townsend. There's what we expected to see. They steal that left side. Still on his feet. Still fighting there. Across the 50.
Oh, no.
The 45. He broke free, and guess what? Oh, my goodness.
He just took it 56 yards.
Somewhere in the third quarter.
Yeah, because the clocks aren't working to much our defense. So the fact that he kept churning, the officials let it play out. He still had forward momentum, and all of a sudden,
he broke free and was gone. Let's try this extra point attempt. They've nailed another one.
So we don't know what time it is, but it's in the third quarter, and the new score now should be 24-14. Henry County. Let's take 1 minute, bud. 1 minute right here on AM 960.
All right, George. So Henry County sneaks out there and now leads 24-14. So the visiting Patriots surprising some folks there, I think, in the Franklin area.
Yeah. That was a big touchdown right there, obviously, to go up 2 scores. We got a lot of interesting stuff going on around the state tonight. Oakland's win at Maryville, expected, but still, when you win up there, you've really done something. A lot of interesting football. Looking forward to what's going to happen in Chattanooga next week. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And a reminder, on Thursday is the D2 championships. They'll have 2A at 11 Eastern, which is going to be Lipscomb CPA. And then you've got the 1A game at 3, DCA Nashville Christian. And then the 3A game, which is McCallie. And going blank. Hang on one second. Who's McCallie plays? NBA? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. There we go. Yes. McCallie NBA, the nightcap. And then on Friday, it'll be Class 3 at 11, Class 1 at 3, Class 5 at 7. And then on Saturday, they'll go 4, 2, and 6. So those are the times there for Chattanooga next week. So Henry County leads now 24-14 in that one. Let's get back to Tullahoma and Haywood. We just had a score in that one. Tullahoma has gone up now 27-19, George. So the home Wildcats of Tullahoma leading the visiting Tomcats from Haywood. And let's check in with our friends at 93.9 The Duck, Will Rabb and Lucky Knight.
And Jalen Lewis was about ready to make the tackle and a juke move by Dixon got him to the end zone, and it just stunned Lewis. He just watched Dixon fly by him.
Kickoff goes into the end zone for a touchback, or I should say more accurately, Jalen Lewis fielded it at the goal line, but put a foot in the end zone, and that puts you in the end zone. And again, safety rule in high school football, it's an automatic touchback. You're not allowed to bring it out.
Very good football game here tonight. Very exciting. Back and forth we've gone in this one. Momentum has switched so many different times in this one. Now Haywood down by their biggest margin.
And, of course, Tullahoma not out of the woods yet. Still a long way to go in this ball game, and Haywood can strike quickly as well. From the shotgun, man coming in motion. Fake the jet to him. Looking to throw. Walker is sacked, and the ball is loose. The lineman for Haywood falls on it. Ball is still loose. Ball is still loose. Tullahoma comes up with it. It's a defensive touchdown. It's a defensive touchdown, Tullahoma. I thought Hayes had got on it for Haywood, but he did not, and the Cats strike. They came off the edge on the blind side, tattooed Walker. The ball was loose. There's a scrum for it, and the Wildcats able to scoop it in the end zone.
I'm not
for
sure
the
who
touchdown.
got on it. It may have been Stroop, but I'm not positive.
Haywood County offensively is busy. Nothing going the correctly.
Here comes the extra point for Chadwick to put Tullahoma up 15. Here is the kick, and it is through the uprights and good. 9:18 to go in the third quarter. Tullahoma cashes in on a defensive touchdown to take a 15-point edge in this 4A state semi.
All right, George. So Tullahoma, what a huge play defensively.
Yeah.
A scoop and score, and 34-19. They lead Haywood that in the third quarter. So Tullahoma kind of got that monkey off their back last week, getting to the semis for the first time since, I believe, 1986. And every time that they have made the semis, they have gone on to the state championship. So that was a good omen. It appears that may carry true. Still plenty of football to go as they're just in the third quarter, real early in the third quarter, actually. So Tullahoma 34-19 there. That was Will Rabb and Lucky Knott on our affiliate. 93-9, the Duck.
You want
Exciting
one
stuff.
last scoreboard update?
Yeah.
North Carolina leads NC State 24-21. They are late in the third quarter. Very intense game. And the same can be said for the Apple Bowl, where they had a little fight break out right before halftime. Washington has now scored, and it's 13-7 Washington State at the half.
All right. Well, George, this I didn't realize the time either, and this has gotten to the end for you.
You don't have one last cheap shot?
One last cheap shot? You are a legend in your own mind, but George, in many others' minds as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
All of them with the last name of Plaster.
Yeah. The godfather of Nashville sports talk radio, George. Hey, in all seriousness, it has been a true pleasure working with you.
Me too.
This year. It has been a lot of fun, and I hope we get to do it again soon. All the best coming up with your bowling night on Monday. I know a lot of work, and it's going to benefit a ton of people that need it. And so kudos to you and your crew for making that happen.
Thanks. I am really excited about it. There has been a lot of hard work put into it, and it's all going to pay off Monday night. JP, thank you. You've been a good sport to put up with me, and let's do it again sometime down the road.
We'll do it one last time. George, why don't you take us to break here on TriStar Friday Night Live, and let folks know I'll come back with more. The Guru will join me in just a bit, but George, take us to break.
Tell the Guru I enjoyed working with him. This is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
506 by 1st, 76 7.
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Welcome in TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. JP Plant hanging out with you, and we'll be with you till 11 tonight with all the scores and reaction from across the state as semifinal action tonight here in TSSAA State of Tennessee. The Guru Murphy Fair will be joining me coming up shortly, so stay tuned for that. We'll have full reaction. We got a couple of reporters out in the field. We'll hear from them as well. But in the meantime, want to get you the very latest on the scores that are happening all around, as we got some updates since since we were last with you. Want to welcome our friends, WGNS Radio Murfreesboro, who heard Oakland with a big win tonight, 24-14 over Maryville. And Oakland, the Patriots, will head on to the Class 6A state championship game, the Blue Cross Bowl, coming up next Saturday night. They'll await the winner of Summit Hendersonville. That game right now in the third quarter, Summit leading Hendersonville 20-7. And we'll dive into that game coming up in just a little bit. So without any further ado, let's get the very latest on the Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right. Thank you very much. Earlier tonight, we've got 6 finals now, 6 of the 12. So half our games are complete. And earlier tonight in the 1A state semifinal, it was South Pittsburgh winning at Cloudland 30-22. They await the winner of McKenzie and Peabody, and they are back and forth. McKenzie leading 29-27. That is a third quarter score. In 2A tonight, Trousdale County falls at Hampton tonight, so Hampton gets the win and moves on to the state championship game in 2A, and they await the winner of Decatur County Riverside Westview. 18-14 is the last score we have there. That was a halftime score. Elsewhere in 3A, it is East Nashville leading 20-0 over Dyersburg now. That's in the third quarter, and the winner of that game will get Alcoa, who down Giles County tonight 42-12. So Alcoa once again back in the state championship game, this time in Chattanooga. 4A we go. It is Elizabethton 23-6 winners tonight over Upperman. So Elizabethton, the 2-time defending state champs, will look for a three-peat coming up next week. They will be 1 week from tomorrow. That'll be the 11 a.m. Eastern kickoff, the first one on Saturday. They will await the winner of Tullahoma and Haywood, and it appears Tullahoma may be on their way. A couple of scores early in the third. They lead it 34-19 now over Haywood in that game. 5A, Powell, big over West tonight, 35-7. And so Powell moves on to the 5A state championship game where they await the winner of Henry County and Page. And it is Henry County with 2 scores of their own in the third. They lead 31-14 now at Page tonight. And in 6A, as we mentioned, Oakland over Maryville 24-14. The final there, so the Oakland Patriots on to Chattanooga, and they await the winner of Summit, Hendersonville. Summit leads 20-7 at this point. So that is where we are right now. I tell you what, let's go to the other 6A game tonight, and Summit at Hendersonville. We'll join Mike Eppley, Matt Rogers on the call on WKOM Radio.
Summit leads Hendersonville. Hendersonville on a 4th and 4 from the 5-yard line decides a halfback pass. It's intercepted by Aiden Bird. So that's what you have here. And as we do have an update, we appreciate all the people texting us and giving us the updates. Wes Clayton, those guys back at studio or at their house. But we do have a final, and 1 ticket has been punched, and it is Oakland. So Oakland will be the first team in 6A undefeated. Knew it would be a dogfight versus Maryville. We talked about this. Maryville really doesn't lose at home. That just tells you how good this Oakland team is. Some people believe Oakland is a top 10 team in the country. But before we get there, you got to wait on the other team. Will it be Hendersonville, lost 3 games to Oakland, Ravenwood, and Baylor, or would it be an undefeated Summit team, which everybody wants to see since last year? What if Summit played Oakland? Who knows? We have the 5A champion and the 6A champion. What if Summit can win out? This anticipated matchup is 2 quarters away from literally colliding in Chattanooga. And I will tell you this, covered the sport for a while. It's probably the most anticipated matchup in a long, long time, because you got a team that says, hey, we're the big dog. Maybe get comparison to high school or college, Michigan. And then you got maybe Michigan State. But watch out, because I'll tell you this, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt Rogers, 27, to give you the scoring drives after he talks for a minute. But be careful what you wish for. If you want Summit to come in, you got a good offense, but right now Summit's got to get through this game first.
Yeah, they got to get through this game first. I don't think that's going to be a problem. But going back to what you said about this anticipated matchup, I mean, some people don't know you and I get to do some really cool stuff on Sunday with the Tennessee Titans and announcing those games. And, you know, we've had some cool ones. We've had Patrick Mahomes come in and we shut down the Chiefs. We've had, you know. All
right, as they get ready for third quarter action there, we'll pull out of that game for the moment and get you to Tullahoma and Haywood as Tullahoma leads 34-17. And we'll go back to 93.9 The Duck, WHMT, and our friends at 93.9 The Duck, Will Rab and Lucky Knot.
Unfortunate personal foul penalty, wiped a touchdown off the board, but Tullahoma did extend their lead to 18. And a kick into the end zone for a touchback from Chadwick. Haywood will get the ball at their own 20. Down 18 with 3:53 to go, third quarter in this 4A semifinal. So Wildcats would have liked to put 6 on the board, but they still got points on that drive, and they still lead this playoff football game by 18 points, which is not a terrible spot to be, Lucky Knot.
No, I would take it. Definitely the way this game has swung so many times. Penalty.
And we're going to get the play blown dead here on first down, and it's going to be a procedure penalty against Haywood, who all of a sudden's feeling the pressure.
Big time pressure. Not a team that has come from behind this year. They've blown out so many of their opponents. Kind of like Tullahoma's not been behind much, but they have shown that they can come from behind after tonight's game. They came from behind last week as well.
I think that was big last week for Tullahoma to kind of get some of that off their back.
It is amazing to me the amount of people that I'm hearing from that are Coffee County Red Raider fans cheering for
They're
the
on
Cats
first
tonight.
down, complete to Lewis, and he's going to be slung down short game.
And guess who?
71.
No, 75. Logan
75, excuse
Crouch.
me. Logan Crouch.
What a ball game he's played.
And just standing there waiting.
Hello to my daughter. She's listening in tonight.
I got my wife trying to figure out how she could listen or watch earlier, and that's over there in Winchester. So hope y'all are enjoying it, folks. We're enjoying it. Wildcats trying to reach the state championship for the first time. On second down, pass is complete up at the 30-yard line. It's going to be close. Person on the reception for Haywood going to be near. And
about 12 on the pickup.
We welcome in the folks listening on the Friday Night Live, JP on the scoreboard show from Main Street Preps as they hand it down on third down, get the first down, and more does Haywood out across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Thanks, JP, and getting that out to so many other people. And we thank him for that. And thank you for all the pregame work and postgame work this season. It's been a thrill.
First and 10, Haywood. Hand it off to Taylor, trying to go around the right edge, and he'll turn it up, cut back, slip a tackle, but not a lot doing.
They just cannot get their running game underway tonight. Tullahoma has just absolutely shut it down.
And most importantly right now, Lucky, Tullahoma's not letting Haywood do anything quickly. When you're down 18 late in the third, that's when you need to start doing things quickly. Rolling towards, got a clock stoppage with 2:03 to go in the third. And let's see, got an injury here. The injured Haywood player, number 70.
All right, so we'll slide out of that game while they've got an injury, probably going to a timeout there. Tullahoma leading 37-19. So we'll get back to that game, check back in Summit, Hendersonville, and more. Henry County leads Page 31-14. We'll have a full scoreboard coming up, so stay with us here. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. We'll be back after this time out.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
506 by some first, 76 coming.
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find the right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com.
Welcome back in. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. JP Plant here with you on this semifinal Friday night. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving and excited about some high school football. 12 tickets punched tonight to the Blue Cross Bowl and the state championships at Chattanooga coming up next week. D2 will play on Thursday. Division 1, 3, 1, and 5 on Friday, 4, 2, and 6 on Saturday. So that's what we look like there. Got an update from one of our reporters out in the field, Zach Womble, who is at the Hendersonville Summit game. They are through 3 quarters. Here's his report.
Zach Womble up here at Hendersonville High School with the Summit Spartans lead the host Commandos 20-7 as we start the fourth quarter.
All right. Thank you very much, Zach. So with that, we will get into the rest of the scoreboard updates.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Devon. Finals tonight, South Pittsburgh over Cleveland, 30-22. It was Elizabethton 23-6 over Hampton. Over Upperman. Hampton down Trousdale County 22-20. Giles County falls at Alcoa 42-12. It was Oakland 24-14 over Maryville. Powell 35-7 winners tonight at West. Still in action, fourth quarter scores right now. East Nashville 20-7 over Dyersburg. Summit 20-7 as they start the fourth, as you just heard from Zach Womble. Tullahoma and Haywood are into the fourth quarter, and Tullahoma leads 37-19. Westview now with a couple of scores, and they lead at Riverside 28-18. That's a new score there, late third. It is McKenzie 36-27 as the third quarter comes to a close, and Henry County 31-14. They lead over Page, but Page is in the red zone looking to score. That is your Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update as we have it just past 9 o'clock Central, 10 in the East. We thank you for joining us here tonight all across Main Street Media, social media pages, and, of course, on some great radio stations across Middle and West Tennessee. As we'll keep you up to date on the very latest with what's going on across the state and the 12 games that are in action. Let's get back into Summit at Hendersonville. And with the call, we've got on WKOM Radio, Mike Epley and Matt Rogers. Summit leading 20-7 early fourth quarter.
This is the big dog. And I mean, such a fun thing, an experience for this coaching staff to be able to coach against them and put together that game plan. I mean, this is what high school coaches dream of.
But before we get there, Matt, let's run over the stats and kind of give them what your thoughts are moving to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the stats for tonight, look at Hendersonville hasn't played bad at all. I mean, they have 189 total offense. They were.
All right, we'll refresh that and get that back to live action there and get you the very latest as, again, they are into the fourth quarter, 20-7 the score from Hendersonville. And we are back live, so let's get back to WKOM Radio.
Because, again, Hendersonville doesn't have that big play offense to come from behind and win this game.
So the collision that pushed Brady Pierce towards the concession area, we got an injured player on the far side, 9:38 left. And we will basically wait, see this. Let's take an injury timeout. We're going to be back. So the score.
All right. So we'll pause with them while they take a break in the action there for an injury. 20-7, Summit leading. The winner of that game will get Oakland as they defeated Maryville tonight by a final of 24-14. They go on the road and get that big win in East Tennessee and move on to the state championship game coming up next Saturday night. 5A action. Henry County still leads 31 now to 21 as Page just punched it in. I mentioned a moment ago they were in the red zone. They did score, so Henry County with a 10-point lead, 31-21. 5A action there, and the winner of that game will get Powell, who dominated West tonight, 35-7. They're still in a timeout there at Hendersonville, and we'll check back in potentially with that Henry County Page as they are now a 10-point game. And an onside kick attempt by Page is no good, rather recovered by Henry County, so it does not they do not get the football, and Henry County has it up 31-21. All right, still in an injury timeout there in Summit. In the meantime, why don't we get back to WAKM rather, with the call of Henry County and Page, and we'll check in. Well, they're in a break too. Is going to check in with Joe Williams on the call there. Henry County with the football after the onside kick attempt, and they've got a long run. They are now into the red zone once again, leading 31-21. And AKM is back from break. Let's go to Joe Williams.
On the first play, 57-yard run by Townsend. Got it in the personal foul on Page. But on the first play from the line of scrimmage, it looks like a penalty on Henry County, knocking it back to 5-yard penalty. Looks like back to the 9-yard line.
Looks like an illegal substitution is what I think I saw.
Yeah, I was trying to.
So it'll be first and goal from the 9.
Field officials that I think have done an excellent job. They really have. Just started the fourth quarter. The clock has froze up on us, but we get a shout out every couple minutes.
Going to keep the ball, Ryan Dameron on the right side. And it's just, baby, this is a off tackle, off left tackle, off right tackle. Eat up the clock kind of football you're going to see right now.
Well, they keep it simple, going inside the tackles. And if you had tackles that big, that's a pretty wise thing to do. The other side is Aiden's side. He's 6'3", 307. The other one's 6'6", 307. So I'm sorry, they're near bookend.
Yeah. Second and goal from the 7. And taking their time. 31-21. Henry County with the lead over Page.
They score here is going to make that bus ride at 2.5-hour bus ride home sweet.
Townsend, left side, sealed off, and he just wow. He just put his head down and refused to be denied.
Hit at the 2-yard line and absolutely took number 27 of Page with him. Very unwillingly, Noah, to fall for 5'10", 155, unwillingly participant in that tackle. And Henry County's on the board again.
11-10 into the fourth quarter. And the extra point is good. It is now 38-21.
All right, 38-21 there as Henry County just continues to answer right back. 38-21, they lead at Page. Let's go back now to Summit at Hendersonville and get the latest there as they were in an injury timeout. 20-7 is the score. Last we checked in, and they are back. So let's check in with KOM Radio and Mike Epley.
Tackle on Carter, a gain of 4.
Yeah, I think right there they're just trying to catch Summit off guard by running that play right up the middle, but Summit, Jameson, and these linebackers, Turner, they've just been playing so well tonight tackling them, but Hendersonville is not going to have a chance to get a come-from-behind victory if they're just still trying to get 4-yard runs.
28-7. Shotgun formation for Hendersonville. 2nd down and 6 on the 31. Manning looks right, stays right, and goes to his tight end, knocked out. Knocked out as he tried to get to Busey. Who else? Aiden Bird. I mean, if it's not Finley Jameson, it's Aiden Bird tonight.
I mean, again, and then credit to this defense. We were bragging about them earlier on in the night, and they just showed out why we brag on them so much, and this is where they want to be. Henderson, putting Hendersonville in a position that they're uncomfortable with, which is passing the football, and not just these 2- and 3-yard dinkers like they did before. Hendersonville's got to pass the ball upfield. They got to make 10, 15, 20-yard pass plays, and this is when you're going to see a big interception, probably by Brady Pierce.
And watch out for number 7 coming off the corner. Is he going to blitz or not? Is he in coverage? Keaton said, I want to rush. He's got to come to the left. They're going to go a back screen and Keaton Wade. I called it. Keaton Wade tattoos the receiver. They threw it behind the line to Mason Baker, and Keaton Wade sniffed it out.
Well, it looked like they were trying to run a double pass, but the only thing that happened was the receiver on the front side forgot to run the deep route. He had 2 guys running the deep route on the backside, but there's no way a receiver is going to throw the ball 70 yards across the field the other way, and I don't get it. They're punting.
Yeah, well,
I don't care where it is.
It's 4th and
game.
It's 4th and 15 on your own 20. And Hendersonville, if this ball goes in the air and Summit gets away from it, which no returners back there. The ball's going to roll dead at the 39. So that's where we're going to start. We'll, man.
I mean, at this point, this is why I'm so critical of this, but because I'm not into moral victories, right? I don't care if you beat me 28-7 or if you beat me 70-7. L's an L. A loss is a loss. I'm going to put my players in a position to win the game at all costs. So, and on top of that, well, let's be honest. What's the point if you give the Summit the ball at the 45-yard line going, coming out, or if you give them the ball at the 25-yard line going in? I mean, does it really matter?
Well, we'll see. 28-7's the score. 7:53 left in the game. We'll be back.
Columbia Foodland is a locally owned and
all right, taking a break there. Summit leading 28-7 in that one, so they got a score since we last visited with them. Let's go check back in with Tullahoma and Haywood as 37-19 the score. Tullahoma with the lead last we checked. And let's go back to 93.9 The Duck with Will Rabb and Lucky Knots.
25 for the junior.
Whew. Rolling towards 8 to go. Tullahoma has it at the Haywood 22-yard line. Get your reservation at Sticky Fingers, folks. Hand it off. Room to run. Sheffield up the middle once again. Smart run.
7 more.
And Tullahoma chipping away.
And Jackson Sheffield just says, give me the ball.
And why would you not give it to him?
Just chewing up the yardage.
Cads have it 2nd and 3. Gonna hand it off to Sheffield again, and that time it got snuffed out. But
gonna take time off the clock.
Take time off the clock. Every time Tullahoma hands it off, you get to run another 40 seconds off the clock. Lost 2 on the play. It's 3rd and 5.
We don't do anything differently. You think, okay, going to halftime of this chain. I don't think I've seen it.
And see what Tullahoma comes up with.
Milking it down.
And 2 wide receivers to the left, Duncan and Dixon. And got Usselton coming in motion to the right. Pitch it to him on the toss sweep. Gets the block, turns the corner, has the first down and more. And there's a Tullahoma player. There's a couple of Tullahoma players getting shoved back at the line of scrimmage. Haywood has lost their composure, Lucky. There's
just silly
Chippy and the Tomcats are seeing this slip away.
They're going to call this on Tullahoma? They picked the ball of them and coming back.
See what they call here. Was it a hold?
There's 2 flags, not close to each other.
Holding against Tullahoma, personal foul against Haywood, so they offset. Yep. Okay, so it's going to be 3rd down again. That's fine. You're not backed up.
6:21 remains in the game. Again, your score 37-19. Tullahoma leads Haywood in the semifinal round of the state football playoffs in Class 4A.
3rd down and about 4 at the 17-yard line for Tullahoma. And the clock rolls again, and I think they got to reset the play clock. And Tullahoma's going to take a timeout. Down to 5:55. Tullahoma calls a timeout. They lead by 18 in the 4th quarter. We'll take a 30-second pause and come back.
All right, so timeout on the field there. Tullahoma leading 37-19. You can feel it there as it appears that Tullahoma is going to be able to punch their ticket to Chattanooga and the Blue Cross Bowl. All right, we're going to take a time out here on the show, and coming up shortly, the guru, Murphy Fair, will be joining me. We'll run through all the scores, reaction, maybe we'll talk to a coach or two. So stay with us here. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. Do you know your name? Do you know where you are right now?
Level 6 by some first, 76
I am Dr. Birding, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find a right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com. And the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail. And by Wilson Bank and Trust. Visit wilsonbankandtrust.com for more details. Wilson Bank and Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
And welcome back in. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. JP Plant hanging out with you here on this Friday night. We're glad to be with you here on the semifinal Friday for Division I of TSSAA. Murphy Fair, the guru, will be joining me shortly. He has gotten back to the estate, and will be linking in here in just a few moments. So we'll get reaction from him. We'll also try to call up a couple of coaches as well tonight, and, of course, all of the scores that are out there. And speaking of scores, let's get to another Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, thank you very much. South Pittsburgh tonight, winners over Cloudland, 30-22. It was Elizabethton, 23-6 winners over Upperman. Hampton Downs, Trousdale County, 22-20. Alcoa easily over Giles County tonight, 42-12. It was Oakland, 24-14 over Maryville. Powell, 35-7. They get the win over West. Just gone final, East Nashville punches their ticket to Chattanooga, and they win tonight over Dyersburg 20-7. Summit leads Hendersonville in the fourth quarter, 28-7. That down under 2 minutes to go. Tullahoma has scored again. They lead it 44-19, and Tullahoma looks like they'll be going to Chattanooga to take on Elizabethton. Westview has turned the second half around. They lead Riverside 35-18. McKenzie 36-30 They lead over Peabody at the moment. That is about 4.5 to go. And Henry County leads Page 38-28. Page has scored again, but they still trailed by 10. So that is the latest Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update as we sit right now. Okay. I believe we may have Murphy, at least audio-wise. Murphy, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
The show must go on, right?
The show must go on, yep. Murphy having to go with remote application tonight as little email difficulties, but he's here nonetheless. How are you, Murphy?
I'm fine. Been toasty warm all evening. The temperature right around 30 degrees outside, but all in all, it's been a nice night for football.
All right.
Certainly couldn't tell the bad weather was going to work on the crowd at Page High School tonight. A big crowd by not only Page, but Henry County brought all of its loyal following as well.
Yeah, and that game has gone back and forth, and Henry County has, at least back and forth in the first half. They scored a field goal right before halftime, of course, Murphy, and since then they really have taken control. They lead it now 38-28. Page has just scored a touchdown, and they attempted the onside kick, did not get it, so Henry County will have it with just a couple of minutes left in that game. The scoreboard has not been working there for most of the night, so they are trying to guess the time, and of course the score, you just kind of have to write it down. But
the clock part of the scoreboard was working fine, but the score was 0-0 throughout. First down, yards to go, all that stuff was not a part of the ball game tonight.
Well, Henry County just took it on the first play after the onside kick attempt, and they score again. So Henry County goes up now 44-28 with the extra point pending. So it looks like Henry County is going to punch their ticket to go to Chattanooga, where they will be taking on Powell, who got the win tonight 35-7 over West in a pretty dominating fashion there tonight. So, all right, Murphy, we are up against a break. When we come back, we will go over the scores, and we'll try to reach out to some coaches as well. So stay with us here. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. We'll be back after this.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, so you know your name, where you are right now.
506 by some first, 76 coming.
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
All right, Murphy. I can't hear you in this scenario, but that's okay. I just sent a message to Coach Creasy saying that myself and you and the show that seeing if we could call him. We'll see if he gets back. And I don't know if you want to personally text I don't know if you want to text Gary Rankin that I'll be trying to call and the PAL coach. It's up to you. They just might respond more seeing yours come out there, but many of them responded Wednesday. So we'll see. I can't read it. We'll just go over some scores when we get back, and we'll just play it by ear. All right, stand by.
There's only one, the Guru, and he shares his knowledge exclusively on TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Time for class with Murphy Fair. Here's JP Plant.
All right, yes, it is time for the Guru. He joins us here, TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. JP Plant, the Guru, Murphy Fair, and we are getting closer and closer. Murphy, just 2 games remaining that have not gone final yet. And it appears both of those are pretty well in hand. So, with that being said, Murphy, how about we hit a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update and run through these and get initial reactions to the games here tonight on Semifinal Friday.
With the latest scores you care about, here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right, a couple of games that have just gone final. McKenzie defeats Peabody tonight, 36-30. So McKenzie moves on to the Class A state finals in the Blue Cross Bowl, where they will take on South Pittsburgh Murphy, who down Cloudland tonight, 30-22.
Yeah, a couple of pretty close ball games. I think probably a bit of a surprise, given the fact that Peabody High School has won the last 3 in a row at the 2A level. They moved down to 1A and end up in the semifinals against neighboring McKenzie. Those two schools not very far apart at all, maybe 20 miles, give or take 5 or 10 either way. But McKenzie maintains its perfect season, 14-0, And I know Coach Wade Comer's got to be awfully excited about his ball club this year.
Yeah, no question. In 2A tonight, it was Hampton 22 to 20 over Trousdale County. And they'll be taking on the winner of Westview and Riverside. And it looks like Westview is going to be that team. They lead Riverside with 4 minutes to go, 35 to 18 on the road there on the river.
Yeah, I talked to Westview coach when Westview played at Fairview 5 or 6 weeks ago, Jared Neal, a former Beach quarterback himself who played at UT Martin for Ty Simpson, the Westview quarterback's father, who just happens to be the head football coach at UT Martin. And I talked to Jared before the ball game, and I said, looks to me, and I said, I know it's awfully early still, but it looks to me like you've got an excellent chance of playing in Chattanooga come December. And he said, well, you know, we've got to stay healthy, and, you know, this has to happen and that has to happen. But he felt pretty confident with his football team and how well they played this year. And obviously with his quarterback, Ty Simpson, bound for Alabama in January, he's going to be an early signee. That prediction came true, and I know that's obviously a big deal for people at Westview, but a big deal for McKenzie also, because I think McKenzie has only been in the state championship game one time in the past. And so congratulations to the Rebels, another team that's penciled in ink now, I guess you can say, with their win tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. 3A saw Alcoa 42-12 winners tonight over Giles County, and they will get East Nashville, who down Dyersburg 20-7. So it'll be Alcoa and East Nashville in the Blue Cross Bowl in 3A.
It'll be an interesting ball game. A lot of folks, especially here in the Mid-State, thought that Giles County might have a shot at defeating Alcoa, but Coach Gary,
I was one of those.
Yeah, Coach Gary Rankin certainly had his Alcoa bunch primed and ready for battle tonight. They've got a chance now to help Coach Rankin secure his 7th straight state championship there at Alcoa. That's only happened one other time, and that was probably about 10 years ago when Coach Rankin was in the middle of a similar 7-year in a row run also at Alcoa. So nothing new for Tornado football as they continue to win big tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So we've got several other games to get finals. Really only 2 games left, and we'll try to get to some coaches as well. And it looks like that we do have on the line with us, Murphy, Oakland head football coach Kevin Creasy joins us now with a big win at Maryville. Coach, first of all, congrats and welcome back to the state championship heading to Chattanooga.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. Real good night to be a Patriot.
Yeah, there are a lot of Patriots out there too. And of course, going over to Maryville, the home team coach has obviously had the lion's share in this rivalry. I think it's fair to say a rivalry as often as you guys have played. But you get this one tonight. What was the difference for your team to get this win?
Well, you know, it was a hard fought contest, and you know, we pretty much split with this series. You know, our rivalry has pretty much been 50-50. So the home team always wins, and you know, tonight we changed that. So we are very happy to win at Maryville. I think it's the first time in 21 years that they have lost a home playoff game. So definitely made some history tonight.
Kevin, this is Murphy Fair. We've talked many times, and I kept watching your score throughout the evening, and looks like the first half was just kind of nip and tuck, back and forth. Each of you had leads at different times, but obviously the difference in the ball game, at least from my point of view, was adjustments that you and your coaching staff made at halftime. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I think so. You know, and our kids they kind of play better too. I think a lot of times in Maryville they have a great cheering section. Not just their student body, which is amazing, but that place is built right on top of you, and it got so loud. We made so many uncharacteristic mistakes, and a lot of times Maryville just pounces on that, and we were able to come out of some bad situations. We converted, I believe, a 3rd and 18 or something, but we were able to hang in there, even though things weren't going well for us, and to go into halftime tied 14-14. I was pretty pleased. How bad we'd played. I was pretty pleased that it was only 14-14 because it could have been much worse. And so we got our composure about ourselves and came out and played a whole lot better in the second half.
Coach, injuries are always a part of the ball game. Did you come out of this game relatively injury-free and got all your troops ready for next week?
Well, we have one of our better players that got hurt. I'll just kind of keep that at bay, keep that under my hat a little bit because he went back in and played. So that definitely threw us for a keep, whenever we had, a guy that had to come out and get some medical attention. But, this time of year, how healthy can you really be? Going through the gauntlet of games that we've played, it's been a very long season, a very physical, trying season. So we're about as healthy as we could be.
Coach Kevin Creasy, Oakland head football coach, joining us here on TriStar Friday Night Live. Victorious on the road at Maryville tonight, 24-14, which means they will be in Chattanooga next Saturday night at 7 o'clock Eastern, and they will be taking on Summit. Coach, the Spartans down Hendersonville on the road tonight, 28-7. First thought on now that you know that the Spartans are your opponent for the Blue Cross Bowl.
Yeah, we don't really see those guys a lot on film. We do know a lot about Hendersonville. They were our first opponent of the year, and I know that they have a really, really good team, a lot of good seniors on that Hendersonville team. So, I know they did beat a heck of a team tonight, and of course, I know all about the Wade twins. I know that, they're not just a two-man show. I know they got some other players as well. But like I said, Coach Coleman's done a great job. He and I have talked football several times. Like I said, have a mutual respect for each other. So seeing what they did in the 5A state championship game last year, that definitely gets our attention.
Murphy?
I was just going to say one final thing here, Kevin. WGNS is one of our network stations, so I know we've got some people in Murfreesboro listening right now. Any ballpark idea of what time you guys may roll into Oakland High School tonight, just in case they want to meet you when you get home and let you know how proud they are of you guys?
Not sure really what time we're going to be back. It's going to be late. It's probably going to be midnight. But yeah. No, I tell you, I will say this. I was on our fans pretty hard. I have a radio show Saturday mornings, and I was on our fans pretty tough at Lebanon. I thought there were times where our fans just kind of, stayed seated or just trying to stay warm and did get excited. But let me tell you, they were excited tonight. It was amazing. There wasn't a seat to be had on our sideline, on our side of the field. Of course, Maryville's side's always packed. But our crowd was into it tonight. They were fired up. And, boy, I tell you, we sure need them to do that next Saturday in Chattanooga.
Sounds like it was the perfect environment to describe what high school football is all about. You've had a good following all season, especially at home with the schedule you had with Lipscomb and CPA, both bringing great crowds with them, not to mention your regional foes. So congratulations. Y'all be safe coming home, and we look forward to seeing, hearing, and watching the Patriots of Oakland High School next Saturday night.
Well, thanks for having me on, Murph. Appreciate it. I'll see you next weekend.
Thanks, Coach. All right, Kevin Creasy right there. Oakland Patriots got his team, Murphy, back into the state championship game. Really no shocker there, but you never know playing Maryville, and they get that road win first time in a long time in that series. And they've obviously got a ton of talent, but to go out every single week, Murphy, and actually finish the job and get the victory, I don't think that could be understated for what the Patriots have done this year.
Had a lot of pressure on them for sure.
Yep.
They were the preseason #1 pick and held that spot all season long, playing an extremely difficult schedule that included a really good private school out of the state of Mississippi and maybe the two best private school teams in Tennessee, certainly two of the best anyway. They competed AA instead of AAA, but still CPA and Lipscomb will be playing for a championship on Thursday of next week too. So good to see they had such a great following with them tonight in Maryville as well.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, we'll try to get some more coaches as we roll through tonight. We'll get back to our Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard as we stopped off in, I believe we got through 3A, Alcoa defeating Giles County, as I mentioned, and then they will be taking on, where's my other 3A team?
East Nashville.
East Nashville, thank you. 20-7. They get that win tonight. First time, if I'm not mistaken, Murphy, East Nashville going to the finals.
That's correct. East Nashville was around for a long, long time. I think back in the 40s, certainly in the 50s and 60s. Then that school was closed for a while, and about 10 or 12 years ago reopened. They've had 2 or 3 different coaches in the past, but it's been an exceptional year for them this year. Great story in the Tennessean this morning about one of their players who actually witnessed his father shooting and killing his brother, the player's brother. A great story if you get a chance to see it. Tom Krieger with the story there. But nonetheless, I know those folks have got to be awfully happy tonight going to the state championship game for the very first time in East Nashville history.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, 4A football tonight. Elizabethton gets the job done in one semifinal, 23-6 over Upperman, and they will be taking on Tullahoma, who led 20-19 at the half. Murphy, they won 44-19 as they shut out Haywood, the Tomcats in that second half, and the Wildcats and John Olive take a perfect 14-0 record to Chattanooga next weekend.
Yeah, that's pretty special on John's behalf. I think anyone who knows Coach Olive knows what a great guy he is, and obviously a very good coach as well. They've had some other undefeated teams in the last few years, but they just couldn't get past the third round, fourth round, and make it all the way to the title game. And anyone that knows John has got to be really happy for him. Certainly they'll have their hands full with Elizabethton, but they battled from behind in this game with Haywood, and that shows me a lot. Oakland's had to come from behind a couple of times this year, at least against Lipscomb, I think, but they battled back and showed that there's no quit in any of those kids that wear a Patriot uniform in Murfreesboro. So should be a fun game. And that 4A game, if I'm not mistaken, will also be played on Saturday. I'm not sure if it's the 11 o'clock or 3 o'clock game Eastern time, but they are playing on Saturday as well.
All right. We are about a minute from break and just got another final. Murphy, Westview, Downs, Decatur County, Riverside, 35-18. And that leaves one game still going on. Henry County leading Page 52-42, but Page is inside the 5-yard line, Murphy, and they are about to punch it in. If they do, that gets it back to a one-score game. So we will get you updated on that when we come back. We're about 8 minutes out from talking to Alcoa head coach Gary Rankin. So stay with us here. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, rolls on. Semifinal edition of the program. We'll be back after this.
You want me?
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? What's your name, sir? Where you are right now?
506 west on 1st, 76
I am Dr. Birding, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Welcome back to TriStar Friday Night Live, bringing you scores from Bristol to Memphis. Brought to you by Wilson Bank and Trust. With the guru, Murphy Fair, here's J.P. Plant.
All right, welcome back in TriStar Friday Night Live. JP Plants, along with the Guru Murphy Fair. He will be back with us in just a moment. He has to reconnect. In the meantime, I want to let you know, coming up in just a moment, we'll hear from Alcoa head coach Gary Rankin. Later on, we'll talk with Powell head coach Matt Lowe and Elizabethton coach Sean Witten. So stay tuned. We'll be speaking with some of those coaches here tonight. We heard from Kevin Creasy earlier. So while Murphy gets back up and going, we'll check back in. I tell you what, we've got an interesting situation happening now at the Page Henry County game, as they now are still going the final game, and it is 52-49, I believe. Let me go to this game, WAKM and Joe Williams on the call.
2nd and 28 from the 29. McNamara takes off up the middle. There's another flag. I think this may be defensive holding this time. McNamara across the 50 into Henry County territory. 1 yard. Again, there's a flag sitting to 39. 1 yard short of a first bank first down when it was 2nd and 28. Holding defense. It is indeed against Henry. Wow, County. Henry County got called for holding. I mean, it really right off the bat. I think you can tag on 10 to the end of that run is what it'll amount to. I tell you what, I'm going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. Penalties decline. They'll take the play. So McNamara gets 20. I got 28. We'll go with that. It'll be 3rd and 1 from the Henry County 44. Wow. Minute 59 left to play. Big play here. All of them are big right now, but this one's really big. On 3rd down, McNamara floats out left behind Cunningham. Keeps it. He got the first down. A first bank first down under 150 to go. Pace quickly to the line, but the officials would let them congregate, and they're going to measure timeout. All they get.
All right, we're going to step out of that game for just a moment because we have joining us on the line head football coach of Alcoa, back to the state championship. Gary Rankin joins us. Coach, congrats. And does it feel any different? 6th, 7th time, 8th time? I mean, do they all kind of run together?
Well, we played awful well tonight, and our kids executed on both sides of the ball, so we were excited. Now it doesn't get old, and we never take it for granted, and that was our goal at the start of the year, to try to get back, and we've done a good job, and our kids and coaches have done a good job making sure that happens.
Gary, this is Murphy Fair. Your guys jumped on Giles County on both sides of the ball very early. Obviously, your kids were very well prepared for tonight's game, and you already made reference about how well you all played. There were a lot of people, myself included, that thought Giles County, given what they had done in the postseason especially, might give you a pretty good test, but obviously we were all wrong in that regard. Anything that you did especially different to prepare for Giles County?
No, our kids were just extremely fired up. I don't know. There might have been social media stuff that some of our kids have got a hold of. And I don't know. Our kids just had a little extra fire tonight. I mean, we came out in the first half and we played about as well as we could play. It was 42-0 at half, and we actually fumbled on the 1 yard line going in right before half, or it'd been 49-0. So if we play like we did the first half tonight, it would be hard for anybody to beat us. So our kids were excited to play. Our coaches, who sometimes don't get enough credit, our offensive and defensive staff did a great job tonight. We had unbelievable plans on both sides of the ball. And, we really expected a little bit more out of them, like you said, but we jumped on them so fast and so hard it was over before they could hardly get warmed up.
Gary, one of the things that George Quarles always responded to the same way when people ask what was the what was the secret behind all the success that Maryville had enjoyed for so many years? And he almost always responded with the fact that his coaching staff basically remained intact ever since he'd been there. There was that common ground as long as he'd been there. And I would imagine
there's a lot to it. And
I imagine that's pretty much the same for you all.
We've been able to keep the meat of our coaches together in the 15 years that I've been here. So that's important. You don't see that happening many times in many places anymore. And the continuity and it's just a really, really good thing if you can make that happen in your programs. And like I say, we've been really good. We've got a great school. It's a great place to work. And, there's just not too many coaches that are looking to leave from Alcoa. So, we've been fortunate in that aspect for sure.
It doesn't seem like you've been there that long. You had so much success in your head coaching career, not only at Smith County, but at Riverdale as well. And now Alcoa. I know you'll be asked this question next week, so I'm going to jump on it right now. How many years is Gary Rankin going to continue to coach at Alcoa?
Oh, I'm going to coach a few more years for sure. I'm not, I don't have a timetable or anything. And, I'm going to coach for a few more years. There's no doubt about that. So as long as I can stay healthy and the Lord's been good to me, I feel good. Still got plenty of energy and it's just a great place to work. So until they try to run me off, I'm there for a while.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think so. Gary Rankin, Alcoa head coach, joining us. 42-12 winners over Giles County tonight. Back in the Blue Cross Bowl championship game, and they will be taking on East Nashville. Coach, first thought on East Nashville as they get their first ever state championship game appearance.
Boy, congratulations to them. I mean, we had on our board weeks and weeks and weeks ago the teams that we might meet. And they were up there, but they certainly weren't at the top of that. They weren't at the top of that board. I'll tell you that. So I congratulate them and their coaches and the job that they've done to get there. And it's such a great reward for them. And I'm sure, they play some good competition during the year. And I've looked at their schedule and, they've got an excellent defensive football team. So, I'm excited for them, happy for them that they got there. And, we know it'll be a great ball game. They beat a good football team tonight.
All right, Gary Rankin, congrats again. I know it's not easy to do the same thing over and over, and you continue to win. So congrats, and we look forward to seeing you down in Chattanooga.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all having us. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary Rankin, legend right there, Murphy. And tell you what, that's something special to keep doing what they do at Alcoa is just simply remarkable. We got to get to break. We'll come back at 3 after, affiliates. 3 after we will come back. So stay with us here. On the way, we'll hear from Pal head coach Matt Lowe, Elizabethton head coach Sean Witten. Still playing Henry County and Page. So we'll get back to that as well, let you know what's happening there. This is TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Back after this.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
76 first, 76.
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's a strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Welcome back in. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. JP Plant, the guru, Murphy Fair with you tonight as we are talking to some of the winners tonight. And we've got a heck of a finish happening in the Franklin area. Page and Henry County, under a minute to go, and it's a 3-point game. I've seen scores of 52-49 Murphy. I've also seen 45-42. Either way, it appears that it is a 3-point game with less than 30 seconds to go. And coming up in just a moment, we got Matt Lowe, Powell head coach, who is waiting to find out who he's playing. So I tell you what, we will just listen in, and we can all maybe find out together who will win this game. Final play or two, we'll get a sneak peek live listen in. WAKM radio out of Franklin with the call. Joe Williams, Page driving, trailing by 3, under a minute to go against Henry County.
County scores on 3 one-drive plays. The 7 seconds isn't long. You squib kick it, you kick it deep. You better squib kick it hard. Bounce it off somebody. Bounce it off somebody and let it get loose. Kick it deep. Fair catch, call for it. That's a smart move right there. Sure was. Javian Boyd. Well, the game he's played tonight. All right, let's see if we can figure this out. So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 16. 7 seconds left. Yep. 84 yards. Got time for 2 plays, maybe. I'll tell you what, these Page fans were ready to go home. Perfect message from Charles Fulliam. Amen. Charles, you're not believing what we're seeing. Here we go. Snap back. Got to throw. It's caught. It's Townsend about the 15. Looking for a break. He won't get one. That's got to be it. That's it. That's it. Ashman on the stop. And holy smokes, Page, for the first time in school history, is going to the Blue Cross Bowl.
Okay, so while we were getting to that, Page did end up scoring, and as you just heard, they get the win. And how about that, Murphy, as we bring in Powell's head coach, Matt Lowe. So, Coach, first of all, congratulations. But now you know who you're playing. You heard it there live. You're going to get Page, who gets their first trip to the state championship game.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Couldn't have picked a better time for you to slide in there and hear the last 30 seconds or so of that ball game, Matt. That's pretty special, wasn't it?
That was awesome. I can't wait to watch the film and see. Now, I'm not going to be too excited when I figure out, those guys are scoring 50 points or some odd in the semifinals. But, we'll figure that out down the road. I look forward to watching the film, but it sounds like those guys can flat out put up points.
Hey, congratulations on your win tonight. Your guys jumped out hard early and never let up. I don't think a lot of people expected it to be that one-sided that early in the ball game.
Well, I'm just so excited for these young men, for these kids. They've worked their absolute tails off since January. They've had a goal. They've had a mission that they've been on. And our schedule certainly had some major heavyweights on it. And they found a way to battle through that during the regular season. And then they got to the playoffs. And these young men have fought and scrapped. And they're such a tight-knit group of guys who enjoy playing together and feed off of each other's energy. It's fun to watch this group when they're out there playing together.
You took a hiatus from Powell High School and went over to King's Academy for 2 or 3 years, maybe 4. But you're back where your home is, where you started, where you played. And this marks the 10th anniversary of the last time that you all got to play in the big dance. Interestingly enough, that one was against Henry County, and they scored a 17-14 win against you guys 10 years ago in Cookville. I know that's got to be on your mind, and certainly would like a much better outcome this year in Chattanooga.
Yeah, Murphy. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course, that was a special group, that 2011 group, with Mobley and McFetridge and so many of those guys that were on that team. That was a wonderful ride that we got to go down, and we did. We came up a little short. Hopefully we can draw on some of those experiences, some of the guys that are still on this staff or have come back to this staff. So, we'll certainly draw from some of that experience, but 10 years is a long time, and this group of coaches, this group of players, this group of kids, they're their own guys, and they're going to make or break, their opportunities next Friday night because it's what's close to their heart, what's going on. And so, for us old guys, we're going to remember 2011. But for these kids, they were 4 or 5 years old when this thing happened 10 years ago. So, a lot of these kids are excited. They can't wait to play for it.
Drop a few names of your football team. I know you got the Walker kid, the state's #1 prospect. Obviously, he's played a major role up front where the rubber meets the road. But tell us about some of the other kids that have been headline players throughout the season.
Yeah, I think, we'll start on the defensive side. They've been playing at an extremely high level here lately. And so, I think it starts up front, obviously, with, like you said, Walter Nolan and Daniel Stanford and Steven Soul. Those guys do a tremendous job putting pressure on people. And then you turn around from there in that linebacker core with Cannon Lusby and Jason Faust and all the things that they do, there. And then on that back end, you got a couple of seniors back there and Owen Peterson and Carson Whitehead. And then you've got a freshman and a junior, a 3-year starter out there, Gianni Magnus and Connor Wheeler. You flip over to offense, and, it's really been a year where Cameron Gann, as the lone senior on that offensive line, has played a huge in the leadership role. You've got 3 other sophomores and a freshman starting up there on that offensive line. And then from there, there are some truly special skill players. I think it all starts with Jordan Potts there at quarterback. And then in the slot, you've got Jason Faust and Jaden Collins. It was so great to have him back tonight. And then on the edge, you've got the 2 big kids outside with Aiden Green and Darius Redmond. And so, there really is a lot of talent. These kids feed off of each other. These kids have grown up playing football together, and they get extremely excited to go out there and compete, not only against the opponent, but against each other to see who can go out there and make plays.
Man, I'm surprised you've got this much voice left tonight. Your guys played awfully well. Good luck to you guys in Chattanooga next week, and I look forward to being on the sideline with you, okay?
And we are truly blessed to have this opportunity, and I can't wait to see what these boys do with it.
All right, there you go, Matt Lowe, Powell head coach. We appreciate it, Coach. We'll see you in Chattanooga.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. Big win for Powell tonight, and a lot of people thought Knox West, they were playing awfully good, and Powell maybe kind of the not getting the respect a little bit, at least maybe outside of Knoxville, perhaps, but they played their butts off tonight and dominated, and what a way to get a semifinal win and to get into the Blue Cross Bowl championship.
Well, I made the prediction back in May or June of this year that some team from Knox County was going to be playing in Chattanooga. Yep. Teams like Powell and Knoxville Central and Knoxville West and Oak Ridge, not far away. That was an incredibly demanding region up there this year, and for Powell to come out pretty much unscathed. I think they only lost a couple of ball games during the regular season. That's a tribute to Matt and what he's been able to do with that program. And I really thought it was going to be a rematch of that of that Henry County Powell game 10 years ago when Henry County beat Powell 17-14 in the 2011 Blue Cross Bowl at Cookeville. But that team from Page, obviously, with their quarterback, Jake McNamara, a very special player. I've seen him play the last 2 weeks, and the guy is incredibly special. I know the people in Fort Collins, Colorado, probably don't know much about that young man, but they'll learn quickly what a great player he is, and he's going to report out there in January.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we've got another coach joining us on the line here. Elizabethan head coach Sean Witten, 23-6 winners tonight over Upperman, and Elizabethton heads back to the state championship. Third year in a row, Coach, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to go back real quick. The win last week against your region rival, Greenville, the way Greenville had played all year, what was it like? That had to have been awfully sweet to knock them out of the state playoffs.
Well, very seldom, guys, you get a chance to redeem yourself and play a team twice in a season. And that's what we did. You know, we played Greenville week 3 of the year. The last couple of years, we've always played on week 9 of the season. But we got a chance to get them early, you know, and they gave it to us good on our home turf. But, you know, we had 12 weeks to get ourselves better and put ourselves in a chance to get another chance. And, you know, very seldom in life and in football, you get a second chance. And, you know, it was a lot about what we didn't do the first time and a lot about what we did do the second time. Kids just did a great job executing game plans. We got first downs. We held the ball. We knew it had to be a low-scoring game. And our defense has really been a great group this playoff run. I mean, Knox Carter, Anderson County, Greenville, and then another big performance by our defense tonight against Upperman. So we just gotten a lot better, and it's just been a really resilient group that we've got this year.
Hey, Matt, this is Murphy Fair. Congratulations, buddy, on another great effort. Your defense had to have really stood out tonight. Upperman had scored 46 points in their first playoff game, 40 in their second, and 42 last week. You guys held them to 6 points. That's a really strong effort on defense for you.
Well, they're as good as advertised. They made us earn it tonight. They're a really good football team. A lot of guys both ways. Quarterback's really a good player. You know, it was a fight to the end. You know, and then just, you know, we feed off each other. We know we got a strong defense. Played a team that ran the ball, which played in our hand quite a bit. We were able to kind of jump out into a first quarter lead. Got some turnovers early. You know, still wasn't able to kind of put them away. And defense came up with some turnovers. We got an interception. We got a fumble recovery. And then when they scored, you know, they went for 2, and we were able to kind of stop them on that. So, you know, just proud of our guys. You know, we came in the season knowing that the strength of our football team was our defensive line, you know, and, you know, our linebackers and DBs have gotten really better, a lot better. And we played, our schedule's been really tough. So it's been challenging. It's exciting. And, you know, we've just done a great job of, you know, we don't have a lot of star football players, you know, Murphy. You know, we just got a really good team. We're solid across the board, you know, and you know, we're led by our defense, especially our defense line.
Tell us about your quarterback. I know he had, 2,500 all-purpose yards going into tonight's ball game. What kind of night did he have tonight?
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, Bryson's done a great job throughout his career, but tonight was no different. You know, I mean, last week he had 38 carries. Tonight, I mean, they know he's going to carry it quite a bit, but he did a great job at making plays with his feet. I mean, he's our leader. He's the guy that makes us go. He's as tough as he gets. He also became the second all-time scorer in TSSAA history behind Cade Ballard at Greenville. So he put him in second place all time and most touchdowns scored with rushing and throwing. But, you know, he's just a competitor. You know, he's a gamer. He's a hard worker. You know, he's been in the forefront of our football team, you know, all year long in his entire career. And I mean, young man's only lost 1 game in 3 seasons as a starting quarterback. I mean, our team believes in him. You know, he's our captain. You know, we're glad that he's on our team. But he's a tough football player. He can beat you with his arm and his feet. He can beat you extending football plays. And he, you know, ability to make plays with his feet down the field. So he's just another stellar performance, you know, and we need one more great game out of him.
Sean Witten, Elizabethton head coach, joining us. Victors tonight over. They defeated Upperman tonight, and they move on to the state championship game, and they'll take on Tullahoma. Coach, first glance and thoughts on the Tullahoma Wildcats, 44-19 winners tonight over Haywood.
I don't know much about them. You know, obviously we played Haywood last year. You know, Coach John Olive does a great job. Coach John Olive coached me in an all-star game back when they had the Tennessee-Kentucky game down there at Neyland Stadium in Lexington. That's how long he's been in it. But, you know, John's a great coach. He runs a great program. Tullahoma's, you know, been at the cusp so many years. year after year after year, and so we know they're going to be well coached, good football team. Don't know much about them. We'll get to work on them as soon as we can. So, just two great teams. Obviously, they're 14-0. We only played 9 regular season games. But, we know it's going to be a battle. This time of year, too, tonight for us wasn't about the style points. It wasn't about the style plays. It's just finding a way to win. 10, 15, 20 years from now, they don't remember the games played. It's just a matter if you bring home the gold trophy or you don't. So, we'll get ourselves ready. We'll regroup. Tonight was just, we finished our season back at home in front of our home crowd. So we're excited. We'll get ourselves ready to go. Should be a great game. But Coach Jonoff does a great job. Got nothing but respect. He's been a good friend of mine. He's followed me my entire career. So just really happy for him and his program. And look for a great matchup.
Well, Coach,
Sean.
that'll make sorry, Murphy, we got to get to break, but just wanted to say, Sean, congrats. And I know that leftover turkey sandwich is going to taste extra sweet tonight for Thanksgiving, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, best of luck. We'll see you in Chattanooga.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that, Murphy. We'll get to break. We can come back. We got more. We'll get more reaction and more coaches as well. TriStar Friday Night Live semifinal edition rolls on right after this.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. Where you are right now.
I am Dr. Birding, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I thought I could hold my liquor.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find the right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com. And the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail. And by Wilson Bank and Trust. Visit wilsonbankandtrust.com for more details. Wilson Bank and Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
Welcome back in. TriStar Friday Night Live, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, JP Plants, and the Guru, Murphy Fair, with you tonight as we are back live on TriStar Friday Night Live. And semifinal action is all complete. We have 12 tickets punched to the Blue Cross Bowl, and one of those is in Class 2A. Hampton, they defeat Trousdale County tonight, and their head coach, Michael Lansford, is on the phone with us. Coach, congrats and welcome into the show.
Thank you guys much. I appreciate being on the show. Thank you all so much for having me on.
All right, so Trousdale County tonight, back and forth. Tell us the difference, how this game ended up, and you got the win.
We just really relied heavily on players that we'd relied on all year long. We were playing. Started the fourth period. It was 20-8. We were down 20-8 starting the fourth period. We drove down, made a couple plays, scored, got the ball back. Connor Jones led us down the field and scored with very little time. 48 seconds left on the clock. Went for two. Connor ran it and got it in. Just couldn't be prouder of my kids. They fought and clawed, and they never batted an eye when a bad play happened. They just found a way to win. I just couldn't be prouder of them.
Hey, Michael, this is Murphy Fair. Congratulations, buddy. I know your daddy's got to be awfully proud of you and what you guys have accomplished this year.
Hey, Murphy, how's it going? We've been around this thing for a long time together, haven't we, Murphy? It's a great feeling. Dad's tickled to death. Dad took Cloudland there in 2001.
Right.
It's the first time Hampton's getting to go, and I just tickled to death. Tickled for the boys. Tickled for the community. Just tickled all the way around.
I did a real quick check before we came back to interview, and you're going to line up against Westview High School, and from Martin to Hampton, it's 450 miles, Michael. Luckily, you guys are getting to meet in Chattanooga instead of having to drive the whole day to get to the other's place.
I'd say there's a little different atmosphere 400 miles away from each other, wouldn't you say?
I'd say so. I would say so. What's been the big deal about your team this year? Hampton's always been on the radar, but a lot of times they haven't been able to advance as far as you guys have this year. What's the secret to Bulldog football this year?
Depth in the line, depth in the backfield, the size of our backs, just things like that. It just makes a lot of difference. We've got a set we run where we end up with basically about 2,700 pounds in front of Connor. And just the depth and the amount of big boys we've got. We've got a great big line, and we've got several of them. We play an 8, 9, 10 linemen at a time, or at different times. We've just got a lot of depth there. Just got a lot of big kids. When we want to run the ball, we got a lot of weight in there coming downhill at you. And then when we're spreading out, Connor's a great quarterback. Throws the ball well, runs the ball well, dual threat guy. And to me, the depth and the size of our team is the two big things.
One thing that strikes me as a possible quote that you'll probably use when you talk to your kids next week at practice, and that is they're going to be playing against a kid who could very well be Alabama's next starting quarterback in a couple of years or so. The Simpson kid, he's the real deal, isn't he?
Oh yeah, we know he's a good player. We know he's a stud. We know Westview's going to have a great team. And this is going to be rare territory for us going into a game like that. So I'm sure it'll be different for us, and we'll rely on some of our veteran, especially coaches and some of the people that's been there before, to try to get us prepared for some of that stuff. And we'll do the best we can do and have a good game plan ready. And to be the best, you got to beat the best. And so we're at that opportunity. We have that opportunity, and we're tickled death to be here and take it full head of steam.
Michael Lunsford, the head football coach at Hampton. You sound just like your dad, Michael.
I don't know if that's a curse or a blessing.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey, Coach, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you next week in Chattanooga. Okay.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having me on, and we appreciate everything you all do.
All right. There you go. Hampton winners tonight, 22-20 over Trousdale County.
Hey, JP.
Yep, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you and our listeners know Hampton and Elizabethton are in the same county. They're both in Carter County.
Okay.
Upper East Tennessee.
Well, there you go.
There'll be a bunch of parties in Carter County next week. I'll guarantee it.
Absolutely. All right. Hey, we got another coach. You ready? We go down to 1A, South Pittsburgh head coach Heath Grider joins us as South Pitt winners tonight over Cloudland 30-22. Coach, welcome in. Congrats tonight.
Oh, thanks a lot. And just to correct you, I'm a co-head coach.
Co-head coach.
We have another head coach in Wesley Stone, so we're kind of doing this together.
Well, you get to be the spokesman tonight, I guess. So
that's fine.
I'll start there. That co-head coaching. What's that been like? Have you ever been in a situation to where you're kind of sharing duties like that?
No, absolutely not. Not. My brother was the head coach here for over 20 years. So no, this is much different. And I wasn't even initially on staff this year. I was just in administration at the school. And when our previous coach left, Coach Jones, I was the only faculty member available, so I went over there. And Coach Stone was already on the staff, so we just tried to piece it together as best we can.
Murphy?
Hey, Coach, this is Murphy Fair. Congratulations. I know you got to be awfully happy tonight. You guys had to do it the hard way. You came from behind.
Yeah, Clalland's got a tough team now, and it's a really tough place to play. I don't know if you've ever been there, but they take pride in what they do, and they're good at it, and they nasty the game up on you, and we feel real fortunate tonight to come out of there with a win.
JP, I told you about Hampton and Elizabethton being in Carter County. So is Cloudland. How about that? 3 teams from one rural county in Upper East Tennessee, all hosting semifinal round games tonight.
That's quite a feat. A lot of good football in some of those rural counties. Coach, looking ahead to next week, the first glance at your opponent, which will be McKenzie, who defeated Peabody tonight. What do you know, and what do you think about that?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if Coach Stone knows very much. He probably knows more than I do. But I really don't know that much about them. We've been focused here for the last, month on our side of the bracket, and hadn't really thought that much, about what to expect in this game. But we did know going into the season that, it was probably going to come down to Peabody and McKenzie and even Fayetteville in there is probably who was going to represent the West. So we knew going into it that they had some really, really good teams out there. So, we know it's going to be a challenge. We're just happy to be there. I mean, it's a good opportunity for our kids, and we look forward to it.
JP, Coach Grider didn't mention their father also coached at South Pittsburgh for a long, long time. But Heath, I was wondering if you and Vic had a chance, your older brother, if you all had a chance to talk tonight after the game, and if so, what transpired during that conversation?
No, I'll be honest with you. No, we have not. We have not. I'm on the bus right now on the way back, and it's like a 5-hour drive. So this is really about double the amount of distance that we ever go. But I will say this about tonight. My dad, he was the head coach for over 20 years. And like I said, Clallan is a really nasty football team. And if I ever saw a game that reminds me of my dad and South Pittsburgh High School, it was tonight, because they basically almost really get in the old wing, single wing and run the football straight at you. So it was kind of not, it's kind of easy to think back to his days and what he did at South Pittsburgh while he was the head coach there.
Well, you've got a great tradition there, and glad to see you carrying the torch for the Grider family.
Well, like I said, I stepped into a tough situation, and there's some good kids here, and they've really stepped up, and they've been resilient, and they were resilient tonight. I mean, yeah, we were down 14 points at one time, but they just keep fighting. So, hopefully at the end of the day, I've done my part.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, we really appreciate you taking a little time. Safe travels on your way back to Southeast Tennessee, where you'll get a short trip for your next game, and I know you're looking forward to having a big crowd there as well. Blue Cross Bowl against McKenzie next week. We appreciate it, Coach. Best of luck. We'll see you in Chattanooga.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Heath Grider there, co-head coach with Coach Stone there. And that's impressive. Early in the year, having to kind of fill in and sharing some duties, and they're making it work, Murphy.
Yeah, and it's so great to see your principal also being the head football coach, because that's what Heath's administrative duties are. And it's been really hard to get in touch with him because, as you know, a principal has somebody ringing his bell all day long, every day. And but both guys have been a big part of that program for quite some time. And it's always good to see the Pirates back. And like you said, being in Chattanooga, right now they're trying to figure out who's going to turn out the lights, because that'll be the last guy that leaves South Pittsburgh for their ball game next Friday.
That's right. Bring your Lodge cast iron skillets and head on over to Chattanooga for sure. All right. We got a couple of minutes for our final break and want to give a scoreboard for those that may just be joining us.
You care about. Here is a Wilson Bank and Trust scoreboard update.
All right. So, Murphy, tonight we've got in single A, we just talked to South Pittsburgh co-head coach Heath Grider. They defeat Clallan tonight 30-22, and they'll get McKenzie, who downed Peabody 36-30.
Yeah, two pretty good, hard-fought football games. And from listening to Coach Grider there, that was a knockdown, drag-out ball game at Roan Mountain, Tennessee. I don't know if you've ever been there, but I bet there's not many listeners tonight that have ever been that far east in Tennessee. But a tough loss for Clallan and a big win for South Pitt. Incidentally, South Pittsburgh was the very first team in Tennessee to win a state championship in the playoffs. They were the single A champion in 1969, the year that the playoffs began.
There you go. All right, affiliates note, we'll take our break at 40 after. So 40 after, we'll take a break and be back at 43. So just a note there to our affiliates down the line. In 2A tonight, it is Hampton over Trousdale County 22-20, and they'll be taking on Westview, who defeated Riverside tonight, Murphy 35-18.
Interestingly enough, I think this will mark the first time that either one of those schools have played for a state championship in football. I know that Hampton has a state basketball title to its trophy. I think in 1960, if I'm not mistaken, they lost either defeated or lost to Union City. I can't even remember exactly. I was living out west then, but I know Hampton was in a state basketball championship game. But that's going to be a good one. From hearing Coach Lunsford talk, they've got a good quarterback. We all know Westview does, in Ty Simpson, a future Crimson Tide quarterback. And I think that one will be very interesting and very well attended as well.
All right, 3A. It was Alcoa 42-12 winners over Giles County, and East Nashville down Dyersburg 20-7.
No real shocker about Alcoa's win. I think we all expected that. I don't think we expected it to be quite so one-sided, but a huge win for Coach Gary Rankin and East Nashville, a team that's had a lot of a lot of heartbreaking issues, I guess you could say, in the last few years since they've reopened that school. But a great win for those guys tonight, and a chance to win their first state championship as well.
All right, 4A, Elizabethton 23-6 winners over Upperman, and they will take on Tullahoma in the Blue Cross Bowl, who defeated Haywood 44-19.
I think that was pretty interesting what Coach Witten brought up about the fact that he was coached by John Olive.
Yeah.
He was a senior in high school in the Kentucky-Tennessee All-Star game. That'll be certainly something that other members of the media will question him about next week. But you heard it first right here on Main Street Sports.
Yep, TriStar Friday Night Live for sure. All right, 5A, it was Powell, 35-7 winners over West, and they will take on Page, who defeated Henry County 56-52 in arguably the game of the night.
Oh, no question at all. Just Page wasn't going to quit. A very, very well-coached team. Not that Henry County is not, but the McNamara kid is the real deal, and we're going to get to see two incredible quarterbacks next week when we check out the McNamara kid at Page, and also the Simpson kid at Martin Westview. Those are two incredible signal callers who one's let's see, I think they're both. No, one's committed to go to Alabama, the Simpson kid, in Colorado State on the McNamara kid.
All right. And finally in 6A, we got about 40 seconds left. Murphy, Oakland over Maryville tonight, 24-14, and Summit over Hendersonville, 28-7.
Two teams that are about, 30 miles apart, maybe 35, depending on what route you take. But that'll be interesting to see Oakland and Summit. Oakland, a team that was picked number one before the season ever began, and Summit, the defending 5A state champion, showed that they're very capable of competing at the 6A level.
Yep. All right. That's one we've been waiting for. We're going to get it. We'll wrap things up, maybe get to another coach or two. TriStar Friday Night Live rolls on after this, presented by the U.S. Army and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Tell me your name, sir. You know your name? You know where you are right now?
I am Dr. Birdie, the founder, CEO, and president at Home Care Preference. I am a successful African-American female entrepreneur in business with Wilson Bank and Trust. With the partnership that I have, the level of my dreams is the limit of that company's success. When there's strong partnership, everything is possible.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I thought I could hold my liquor.
TriStar Friday Night Live is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. In the boots of a U.S. Army soldier, you'll move forward in your career and make a real difference in the world. Find the right fit with more than 150 occupational specialties. Learn more at usarmy.com. And the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, reminding you booze it and lose it. The bad decision to drive drunk will land you in jail. And by Wilson Bank and Trust. Visit wilsonbankandtrust.com for more details. Wilson Bank and Trust, proud supporter of high school sports.
Maurice Patton with Main Street Murray calling Hendersonville, where Summit clinched their third consecutive state championship game berth with a 28-7 win over the host Commandos. Destin Wade rushed for 121 yards and a pair of first-half touchdowns. Brady Pierce extended Summit's lead in the second half with a 5-yard touchdown run, and Keaton Wade finished with 135 rushing yards on 11 carries as the Spartans improved 14-0, set up a game in the 6A finals in Chattanooga next week opposite Oakland, who obviously defeated Maryville earlier tonight, 24-14. So again, Summit defeats Hendersonville 28-7 in the Class 6A state semifinals. I'm Maurice Patton with Main Street Murray.
All right. Thank you very much, Mo, the Hall of Famer right there with the reports from his game tonight, Summit over Hendersonville, as JP Plan, I bring in the guru, Murphy Fair, as final segment of the show tonight, Murphy, and just a quick look ahead. Summit and Oakland, it's a game we kind of hoped would happen. I say we hoped. I mean, you look at Oakland, obviously the class of 6A, and what Summit has been able to do. Of course, those of us in Middle Tennessee are right in the thick of it, but this is about as spicy of a 6A state championship game as you could hope for, and it's going to be a lot of fun next Saturday night.
Certainly one of the most competitive ones I think we've had in recent years, because we've always had the Oakland-Maryville thing. I think they've played each other for the last 5 or 6 years in either the quarterfinals or semifinal round of the state playoffs. And on the other side of the bracket, it's generally been someone from Williamson County against someone from Shelby County. But Summit, I think, probably the newest high school in Williamson County, and that's quite an accomplishment for Coach Brian Coleman and what he's been able to do. But I think a lot of people would like to give it a shot and try and coach that team with two guys like the twins, with the Wade last name. Two incredible players that are going to certainly be a big addition to the Kentucky football roster for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, no question. That one's going to be a lot of fun, and plenty of talk to get up into that one. But the game of the night in 5A, Page downs Henry County 56-52. And joining us on the line is the Page Patriot head coach, Charles Rathman. Coach, congrats. Have you ever experienced anything like that, Coach?
No, man, just a great defensive battle, I guess. I don't know what to say. The guys played that well. I mean, Henry County did such a good job of exploiting some things we were banged up on, and McNamara came through and made play after play after play, and our receivers caught the ball, and man, it's incredible. Happy for the guys.
Charles, you and I had a great conversation before the ball game, and if I had left that conversation saying the over and under is 100 points, you would have thought I was nuts, probably, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I definitely didn't think 100. I knew it was going to be. I knew they were going to score some points, and I thought we were going to be able to score some points too. So,
everyone likes
I thought it'd be a high-scoring game, but nothing like that.
I'm sorry. Everyone likes to talk about your quarterback, and he's certainly deserving of all the great things that are said of him. But obviously, you're and with 56-52, you'd think the defenses didn't do their job, but in numerous occasions tonight, your defense really stepped up and got the job taken care of when they absolutely had to, don't you think?
They did. And, the guy on defense, Colin Hurd, stripped strip the guy on that last drive they have and strip the ball away from him. He's done that all year. I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, he really is, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, he's probably going to be our quarterback next year, and he can sling it around. But he's an outstanding young man, outstanding player. But the defense did their job early, and the offense didn't. And then later on, the defense did their job, and the offense did. So, I mean, it was one of those games we had to pick each other up. But ultimately, it was playing to the very last play, and I was proud of the guys for doing that.
What does it mean to you as a head football coach to take a school, Page High School, to a state championship game for the very first time?
You know, I've been blessed with a lot of good kids here, a lot of good coaches. And, you know, these kids just believe in themselves. You know, I'm just happy for this community. I mean, the feeder schools, the elementary schools, and guys that have been around here forever. I mean, I bet we had 100, 150 alumni here tonight that played football over the years, and all the texts over the week about finish the job and get us to the state. And, you know, I appreciate those guys so much. And the support here is tremendous, and you know, I'm happy for the community. I was blessed to get to play in a couple of national championship games. So, you know, this is not about me or any of the coaches. It's about the community and about these kids, and you know, the parents coming down crying like babies, and the players crying, and it meant a whole lot to this community to finally take that next step. But hopefully, we got one more in it.
Coach, that's a testament to you and your entire football staff that many kids, I say kids, they're not kids anymore, but guys who wore that Page Patriot uniform to come back and cheer you on to victory tonight. I know that had to mean an awful lot to you guys.
Oh, man, looking down the end zone, and you couldn't see through the crowd. They were 2 or 3 deep, you know, and it was all alumni and coming by the office. Oh, Jackie Bennett came by the office and wished me luck before the game. And just that means so much to me. And, you know, I think any coach worth his salt, you know, they do it for these kids, and they do it for the right reasons. You know, sometimes it don't go your way, and sometimes it does, but ultimately the kids are always there. And that's the important thing.
Charles, very deserving. I'm awfully happy for you and look forward to seeing you next week in Chattanooga, buddy.
Man, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck. Yeah, we'll see you down in Chattanooga. Get some rest. I don't know if you can tonight after that game, but eat you some turkey. Maybe that'll help you go to sleep, all right?
I'll do something, but it won't be sleep, I promise.
Congrats, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Charles Rathbone there, head coach there at Page. And, boy, I tell you what, yeah, there's no way he's sleeping tonight after the way that game finished. Just the excitement of the history, as you mentioned, getting Page to the championship game for the first time. But to do it in this fashion, Murphy, back and forth, you know, Henry County took over the second half for most of it until that fourth quarter. And McNamara, as you mentioned, just brought them back, and they continue to exchange touchdowns, finally got a stop, and then put it in with under a minute to go, really under 10 seconds to go. I think they got that final touchdown. What a game.
Yeah, it really is. That's what it's all about, you know. And they had one sort of like that in East Tennessee, at least in the first half or so, between Maryville and Alcoa. And I just can't help but think that all of the games, we didn't get a chance to talk about McCauley against MBA, David Lipscomb Academy, against CPA, and then Nashville Christian and Donaldson Christian in the 3 Division II games on Thursday. But I think we're in store for 9 really exciting evenly matched football games. I don't see a dominating team, not even Oakland or Summit, in the 6A game next week. I think we're going to have some great football at Finley Stadium next week.
Well, it's certainly going to be exciting, and we've got about 5 minutes left, so let's just run down what our Blue Cross Bowl games are going to look like. We'll start on Thursday, and it'll be the 2A game up first. It'll be CPA Lipscomb Academy, round 2. Lipscomb Academy got the better of them early this year, Murphy. But you know, play a second time, you never can tell. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, it was a 38-0 Lipscomb win. Lipscomb just kind of dominated that game from start to finish. Interestingly enough, each of them, those 2 teams lost Oakland very, very close ball games. in Murfreesboro in both games. And I think it'll be interesting because it was last year's situation looked as though either team could have won the game, and CPA came on strong to get the golden trophy. But this year, I think most people are saying that Lipscomb is probably the team to beat. There's just so many different things involved with that program since Clint Dilfer came on the scene, and I think the 2A game next week will be interesting. And interestingly enough, too, on the 3A game involving MBA and McCallie, NBA lost to McCallie in 2019, 28-7 in the title game. So we'll see if Marty Everard's got a little revenge on his mind over Ralph Potter and his McCallie team.
3A game, 7 Eastern at Finley Stadium. The 2A, 11 Eastern. And the 1A game features DCA Nashville Christian. Another rematch. DCA won 7-3, the regular season finale. That game will be at 3 o'clock. Murphy, let's move to 1A. Actually, let's go to Thursday's game. We'll go in order here. Thursday will be the 3A game up first, and that will feature Alcoa once again.
That's Friday.
Friday. Thank you. Thursday. Yeah, Thursday was a D2. Go into Friday. Alcoa versus East Nashville. And Alcoa looking for, was it 7, 8 in a row? We lose count, Murphy.
Yeah, East Nashville's quarterback, Zach Beard, is thrown for over 1,500 yards. They played on an awfully slick, semi-wet field tonight in getting that win over Dyersburg. And this will mark their first time where Alcoa, they might as well call it the Alcoa Bowl. They've been there so many times in the last 15 or 20 years. But it'll be interesting to see East Nashville, a team loaded up with athletes, and certainly Alcoa's got plenty of household names on that team. But Gary Rankin, the head coach up there, the state's winningest all-time head coach, going for 7 in a row at Alcoa this year.
All right. So we go into Friday, the 3 o'clock Eastern time will feature the 1A game of South Pitt versus McKenzie.
Yeah, we talked South Pitt with titles in 69, 94, 99, 07, and 2010. It's been and 7 runner-up appearances as well. Coach Heath Grider and Wesley Stone, as Coach Grider mentioned tonight, getting almost pushed into the co-head coaching ranks after Chris Jones had taken the job, a former South Pitt player himself who's been coaching for a long time in the Canadian Football League. He got a better offer just before the season started. And all of a sudden, they had to look for a coach. Nobody wanted it by themselves, but Heath and Coach Stone got together and decided they would share those duties. Heath also the principal at South Pittsburgh, and I understand Coach Stone actually teaches in the Hamilton County School District. So an interesting situation, but South Pitt, a team that's usually in the running every year for that slot.
All right. And the nightcap Friday night, the 5A Blue Cross Bowl Championship features Powell versus Page.
I think a lot of people expected Powell to lose to Knoxville West tonight, but as we all know, Matt Lowe and his Panther football team won in big fashion, and that'll be a great shootout between them and Page High School with McNamara, Jake McNamara at the helm there. The young man is so much fun to watch. He's just as dangerous running with the ball as he is throwing it, and that'll be a real interesting game to say the least.
All right, that leads us to Saturday, the 11 a.m. Eastern 4A Championship will feature Elizabethton versus Tullahoma.
Yeah, Elizabethton. One thing we never did mention is the fact that Sean Witten, his older brother, just happens to be a NFL Hall of Fame candidate, I think.
Yeah.
A not too distant future. Tight end at University of Tennessee, and also with the Dallas Cowboys, Jason Witten. But nonetheless, Elizabethton, even though Greenville looked to be the team that was going to represent that region this year, Elizabethton won the game when it counted back during the regular season. And they've got a really good quarterback in Bryson Rollins, a young man who has rushed for over 1,500 yards and thrown for 1,600. I mentioned Coach Witten, you've got a quarterback that's combined for 2,500 yards. He's combined for more than 3,000 yards and is not a Mr. Football finalist. Go figure there.
Yeah, go figure. All right, the 3 o'clock Eastern Time 2A championship game will feature Hampton versus Westview.
Well, a lot of people here in the Mid-State thought Trousdale County would be the team to represent this area in the Blue Cross Bowl, but it didn't happen. Hampton had the early lead, lost it, and to come back and got it again to secure the win. I know that's got to be awfully gratifying for Michael Lunsford, whose father coached Cloudland into a state championship game several years ago. The Lunsford family is doing it again this year.
All right, and finally, we got about 45 seconds left. Murphy, a 6A championship game, 7 o'clock Eastern, Saturday night, Oakland and Summit.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to say anything about these two teams that hasn't already been said. The Wade twins at Summit under the direction of Brian Coleman, just another great season after winning the 5A title last year. They go undefeated this year and are trying to do it this year at the state's largest classification. They're going to go up against Oakland, a team that finally snapped that losing streak at Maryville. 22 years of never losing a playoff football game that was finally snapped tonight as the Oakland Patriots came from behind to win a thriller in Maryville.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Semifinal Friday night, TriStar Friday Night Live. The last show in this format. We will be in Chattanooga next week. We will have daily previews and recaps after each game, all across our social media and streaming outlets. So thank you so much to George Plaster, to the Guru Murphy Fair, all of our Main Street Preps reporters, and especially to Dave Gould, owner and operator of Main Street Media, for allowing this to happen, and especially to our wonderful partners, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, U.S. Army, and Wilson Bacon Trust all season long. We'll continue that next week in Chattanooga. Murphy, it's going to be fun. I'll see you down there in Chattanooga next weekend.
Thanks a lot for getting all those interviews lined up for tonight. That was the top drawer of the show. Thank you.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you, Murphy. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks for tuning in. TriStar Friday Night Live.